Okay, welcome to the fourth hearing of the committee's inquiry into the impact of renewable energy zones in rural and regional communities and industries in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Wonnanora people, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Vanasiak. I'm Chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome and thank each witness for making the time to give evidence. So starting from my left, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Trevor Ryan, Director of Planning and Environment at Dungog Shire Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to pull your microphone a little bit closer or sit a bit closer? Yeah, just so Hansard can pick you up. Thanks. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yes, Justin Fitzpatrick Barr, General Manager, Singleton Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Marianne Crawford, Manager of Development and Environmental Services at Singleton Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Jeffrey Drayton, I'm the Mayor of Muswellbrook Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Derek Finnegan, General Manager, Muswellbrook Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Ben Maddox, Coordinator of Sustainability Strategy at Maitland City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So the committee has resolved just to have free flow questions, so they'll come from anywhere, and we have a few people on video conference as well. So yeah, thank you for coming. I'll look for someone to open.
An opening statement.
Oh yes, sorry, I do have to offer you an opening statement. I jumped ahead of myself. Mr. Ryan, or we'll start with you, whether you would like to make a short opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very briefly, Dungog Shire, located in the Hunter region, is a very unique council. Unique in the sense that it has a small population base, over 9,500 people, covers a large landmass area. We're a growth area, as per the Hunter Regional Plan, with an expected population growth at 1.9% per annum over the next few years. Contextually, what does that mean? Dungog has a small resource base, particularly to deliver its core services to the community. And certainly one of the key representations or issues we'd like to flag with the committee is the opportunity to have further engagement at all levels of government regarding the impacts, whether they be positive or negative, in relation to renewable energy zones as they relate to Dungog Shire. I guess some of the concerns that have been raised by other local government areas, Dungog would like to echo those, particularly around voluntary planning agreements, having a clear framework in place to allow further community consultation in relation to developments within the renewable energy zone. And making expectations quite clear for industry and council in relation to those collaborations to ensure that there is community benefit in relation to developments in the renewable energy zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fitzpatrick Barr.
I will pass up and I'll let Mary Ann.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. The Singleton local government area sits in the middle of the Hunter Central Coast renewable energy zone, and as a result has started to see an increase in renewable energy projects, including the Ausgrid Augmentation Project, the Hunter Transmission Project, the Bowmans Creek Wind Farm, the Mason Dew Solar Farm and the proposed Mitchells Flat Solar Farm. It is expected that the increase in renewable energy projects and in particular transmission infrastructure will continue as this REZ develops. Singleton Council recognises the impacts of such development in our LGA and the importance of a coordinated, transparent and consistent approach to new development. In our submission to the inquiry, Council recognised that consideration of the cumulative impacts of these developments within and across local government areas is critical to the success of the REZ. These cumulative impacts will affect housing, infrastructure, water demand, waste services, emergency response, as well as transport routes and how energy is stored for transmission. Specifically, Council has called for a coordinated approach to the need for and capacity of energy transmission for new projects to ensure infrastructure was in the most appropriate locations to provide certainty on suitability and to minimise impacts on the community and Council's own infrastructure, including our road reserves. This type of strategic assessment was completed for coal mining operations through the Strategic Statement on Coal Exploration and Mining in New South Wales. Council has also called for amendments to the Resources and Energy SEP to include requirements for site verification and a decommissioning bond. While Council has received a response from Minister Scully and Minister Sharp, that response indicates that none of these actions will be progressed by the New South Wales Government. Councils are being called upon to dedicate resources towards supporting the development of REZs. Singleton Council has undertaken analysis on the likely financial impact on our organisation for the redeployment of resources away from service delivery and into supporting the implementation of renewable energy projects, including critical state significant infrastructure and ancillary activities such as the Port to REZ road upgrades needed to support transport of renewable energy infrastructure into broader regions. Our analysis estimates that the support required by our council staff for these projects will cost our council and our community over $2.7 million over the next 4 years. We have an existing live example of the impact of this using the Singleton bypass. Singleton Council has deferred over $4 million in water and sewer infrastructure to accommodate the redeployment of staff to ensure the impacts of the bypass on our infrastructure are managed appropriately. The current legislative framework for transmission infrastructure is unclear when it comes to the construction of private transmission infrastructure on public land. There is currently no avenue available for private developers to construct transmission infrastructure within or on public land, and no mechanism for these developments to connect to the network. In addition, as councils of the Road Authority under the Roads Act, the use of road corridors for transporting oversize, overmass and transmission infrastructure requires approval of council. This approval could form part of a site verification process. Without approved network connection obtained through a complex arrangement between state and federal government entities, many, if not all, of these renewable energy projects will be stranded assets unable to construct the transmission infrastructure needed to connect to the broader electricity network. Our last comment from our submission is in relation to benefit sharing. The New South Wales Government Transmission Guideline excludes provision of annual payments for hosting transmission infrastructure on public land. The Strategic Benefit Payment Scheme precludes payment for the hosting of transmission infrastructure within or on the local road network. This likely means that transmission infrastructure elements of projects will place greater downward pressure on local councils to host this infrastructure free of charge. The Benefit Sharing Guideline, while precluding transmission infrastructure, also advises the Consent Authority to not impose conditions requiring contributions under either Section 711 or Section 712 of the EP&A Act. The adoption of guidelines that prevent councils from using the provisions of the Act to secure financial benefit for the communities directly affected by the renewable energy projects is a matter that requires urgent review. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drayton.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and honourable committee members. Muswellbrook Shire is at the heart of the Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone. Our role extends well beyond the REZ itself. The majority of construction vehicles and project equipment for the Central West Arana and New England REZ will also pass through our roads. In fact, almost everything that comes off a boat or is produced on the East Coast will now travel with the pending reclassification of a local council road, will almost travel through the centre of town. We're not on the sidelines. Our land and our infrastructure are directly involved in the renewable energy transition. For decades, our land and communities have supported energy generation for New South Wales and Australia. As global market conditions shift for coal exports, we're at a crossroads. The REZ brings both opportunity and serious responsibility. The renewable transition has so far been unplanned. EnergyCo has only recently had the resources to plan strategically, and it is now trying to catch up in a fast-moving space. This lack of sequencing creates uncertainty for project proponents, councils and communities. If left unaddressed, it may lead to higher costs because of inefficient use of people and resources, finance holding costs and the need for urgent delivery of infrastructure and projects. For Muswellbrook Shire Council, this has caused unpredictable workloads for staff because of overlapping projects, loss of social licence as residents grow frustrated with repeated consultations, difficulty planning infrastructure to accommodate renewable energy projects, pressure on local services to host temporary construction workforces. Our residents face similar pressures. Surprise visits from consultants or proponents cause confusion about timelines and concerns about impacts on their land and neighbourhoods. Early in the rollout, Council received little support from EnergyCo or Transport for New South Wales to assess the cumulative impacts. Staff had to monitor the Department of Planning's major projects website to estimate the number of projects, traffic impacts and oversize or overweight vehicle movements on local roads and bridges. Council's acted to address these challenges. In 2021, we wrote to ministers requesting strategic planning for traffic and cumulative impact management. In 2023, we requested Wybong Road be reclassified to a state road to facilitate oversize overmass movements, ease of access to the REZs, increasing road standards and reducing the burden of road maintenance on our community. We hope the reclassification occurs soon. We understand it will. In 2024, Port to REZ strategy was progressed, but gaps remain, especially for the New England REZ. Leadership at departmental and ministerial levels is still inconsistent, making planning and advocacy difficult. Despite these challenges, Muswellbrook Shire has stepped up. We have held well-attended and productive town hall meetings at Wybong and McCulley's Gap to inform residents and provide platforms for proponents to collectively meet with residents and answer questions. We have established a constructive working relationship with Minister Sharp and continue to advocate for our priorities. In the coming weeks, I will lead a council delegation to Dubbo to learn from the Central West Arana REZ. We are committed to being proactive in shaping these changes, not just responding to them. We welcome the Hunter Central Coast REZ, but welcoming does not mean passive acceptance. Our message is clear. The project must be delivered with fairness, transparency and real benefits for Muswellbrook Shire. Landholders must be respected, work sequenced effectively, environmental and visual values protected, and the Shire should gain tangible benefits, not just serve as a transit route. It's worth noting Muswellbrook Shire does not need more energy. As yet, as you can see, if you look out the window anywhere in Muswellbrook on a clear day, we're certainly no strangers to industry, infrastructure and the cost of generating it. This new industry once again brings a real risk that Muswellbrook Shire will carry the load without receiving our fair share of gains. This is a cycle that needs to stop. If we keep accommodating what needs to be done for the rest of the country to keep the lights on, our community, Muswellbrook Shire, needs to start seeing the benefits. Some of the key details for our Shire are project status and importance. So the New South Wales Government recently announced that the Hunter Central Coast REZ has secured planning approval, a major milestone, we're aware. The review of environmental factors was publicly exhibited. Feedback from councils, businesses and individuals was reviewed. The assessment found relatively low environmental impact, largely because most of the proposed works use or expand on existing infrastructure. Ausgrid was appointed network operator in December 2024. They've committed to addressing feedback priorities, including jobs, visual amenity, local procurement, traffic environment and ongoing community engagement. So the next steps for Ausgrid are they submitted a review proposal for 16 May 25. Preliminary position papers were issued in August 2025. The Australian Energy Regulator's final review determination expected by November 25. Construction and early works are expected to start mid to early 26 with commissioning targeted for mid 28. So certainly the relevance to our Shire. Our Shire is directly included in the Hunter Central Coast REZ. Sub-transmission line upgrades, new and expanded substations and other networks will pass through our Shire. We're not distant observers of this process either. We're active participants in the project's implementation. So there are opportunities for our community to benefit. One of them is through jobs, of course. So construction and maintenance phases require engineers, electricians and skilled and unskilled labour. Local workforce and contractors should be prioritised. Local procurement, so suppliers, civil works, service delivery should favour Muswellbrook Shire businesses. And the economic stimulus, of course, is infrastructure spending will flow through to our services, our accommodation, logistics and hospitality in our towns. So managing the community, environmental and land impacts, so easement and landholder impacts. Most works are within the easements, within existing easements, limiting impact. For new and upgraded sections, detailed consultation, fair compensation and environmental assessment are required. Visual amenity, traffic and heritage and environment. Projects must respect landscapes, heritage sites, flora and fauna and traffic conditions. Council will demand design mitigation, screening and careful siting. Community engagement. Council is a bridge between residents, landholders and project proponents. Local landholders and Aboriginal communities must be heard. We're leading the way creating the Muswellbrook Energy Centre where proponents can talk directly with the community and engage early with our businesses to prepare them for opportunities. Council's community hall engagement so far at Wybong and McCulley's Gap has been well attended and very effective. This engagement will continue. Council expects genuine involvement in local planning, road and civil works approvals and alignment with strategic use. Advocacy and partnerships. We've held some constructive meetings with Minister Sharp to ensure the Shire's priorities are understood and respected. In the coming weeks, I will travel with the Council delegation to Dubbo, as I said, to the central west of Rana. We aim to bring back best practices gained from first-hand experience and apply them proactively to Muswellbrook. Muswellbrook Shire is on the front foot. We're informed, engaged and determined to ensure the REZ meets community standards. So in conclusion, Muswellbrook Shire is ready to take a proactive and engaged role in the Hunter Central Coast REZ. We'll insist on local jobs, local procurement, general community consultation, strong environmental design, safeguards and a closely monitored delivery. So lastly, on behalf of Muswellbrook Shire, I ask the committee to ensure REZ policy and regulation maintain fairness, community benefit and local oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Maddox?
I do not have a pre-prepared statement.
Okay. So as I said, the committee's resolved to have free flow questions. So I'm just looking for someone to opening the panel. Ms McDonald?
So I'll ask Mr Ryan. So you mentioned in your submission about the community and employment benefit program, similar to what the Central West Oriana REZ has. What do you believe, or what types of projects or investments would provide the greatest long-term benefits for Dungog?
Certainly a more local understanding of what the community and infrastructure benefit needs are within the Dungog Shire. Dungog's the only local government area, for example, in the state that doesn't have a state classified road.
Yeah.
So already our ratepayers have to fund access to other state infrastructure like national parks or Chichester Dam. So I think what Council would like to see as part of that benefit programme as an initial starting point, and hence my opening statement around further collaboration, is really having a clear focus and a framework for contributions planning, and that is a recommendation for the committee to identify an independent planning and contributions expert to be mobilised within local government areas to clearly understand those exact community needs, to better understand those long-term benefits. I think a key outcome from that would be a clear list of social and community along with physical infrastructure needs that can clearly articulate the community's benefits. Certainly understanding we haven't received development proposals within the designated REZ area for Dungog Shire, but certainly we want to be on the front foot. We don't have a lot of resources and we don't have in-house capabilities to develop what those contributions or voluntary planning agreement policies for REZs look like. But a key recommendation we'd like to see from the committee is that an independent person funded by the government be placed into those councils to better understand what those community benefits needs are and what they look like in the longer term. That way, when proponents come to council to engage, there's a clear expectation amongst industry and council around what those exact community benefits are, and there's less debate and lost time over what a voluntary planning agreement looks like.
And so you also mentioned that the council wasn't included at a key meeting. Do you believe that these types of things would have been addressed had you been included at that meeting, and as a supplementary, are you now part of that consultation process, or?
Well, to confirm, we did not receive an invitation to attend that meeting, which was very disappointing for councillors, the mayor, and the community. We have not attended a further session, but certainly welcome the invitation to give evidence here at the committee today.
Okay. I'm going to go to you, Chair.
Yeah, it's probably just a general one to all of you, really. When we've heard from other local government representatives in previous hearings, and you all sort of touched on this in a way in your opening submissions, but I guess the impact in terms of jobs, roads, housing, community infrastructure, and I think Councillor Drayton, you talked about how that lack of sort of sequencing and uncertainty and how that plays into it. How are you as councils trying to, I guess, get ahead of what you think might be coming, and where are the gaps in terms of the information you're getting from government to make the plans around things like economic opportunities, housing, and then impact on your roads? And I'm happy for any or all of you to answer that because it probably impacts everybody.
I guess we've taken the approach. That we've had to do a lot of that work ourselves.
Yeah.
So we've had much better engagement more recently with Energy Co.
Mm-hmm.
So we have pretty much adopted the approach that if we don't do it ourselves, it won't get done. And I think I'm probably speaking on behalf of other councils, but I'm nodding their heads. I think they agree. So we have collectively we have a group of proponents we understand that do want to. Currently are interested in coming to our shire. One of them, the example I give them, a Cully's Gap meeting. That was a meeting organised by council. We had 9 proponents at that meeting with about 120 residents, and that's almost every resident that lives in McCulley's Gap, mind you. But those 9 proponents are in an area of about 15 kilometres, a stretch of road about 15 kilometres with 9 different proposed projects. So we've had to have meetings like the McCulley's Gap meeting. And I guess the extraordinary thing for me was, and it probably did show the lack of cohesion, the lack of total cohesion was that a number of those proponents have all expressed since to council about how good it was to be able to finally get together and talk to other proponents who literally had a project 200 metres down the road in some cases. So, as I say, there was 9 in 15 kilometres, so it's a pretty intense section of development within our shire. They're not the only projects, but they're certainly it's the most intense area. So we've had to do that ourselves. We have discussions individually with those proponents. How big's your project? When do you plan on coming? So that's where, to date, that's where we've had most of our information from. It is from the proponents themselves, and as I say, and now certainly a much closer working relationship with Energy Co. Energy Co. My words appear to be settled down people-wise. So when I've spoken to probably a dozen people in Energy Co, and that's probably only 4 roles, but a dozen people because those roles have changed consistently. But that now seems to have settled. So we are getting some more consistent information out of Energy Co and have a much better relationship now.
Okay, Ms. Crawford, did you want to?
If I may, thank you.
Of course.
We've got a very good working relationship with Energy Co as well. We meet with them on a monthly basis as well as Ausgrid. We've worked with DQ on their recently released biodiversity investment strategy as well, because we are doing, as Councillor Drayton says, if we don't do the work, then we don't know who is going to do it. And so we've been doing some of our own baseline biodiversity assessment as well. I think the challenge, though, for the Hunter Central Coast REZ is that it's treated differently to Central West Orana and the New England in that it's a transmitting REZ, not a generating REZ. So there's no intention, from our understanding, for Energy Co to create an access scheme which generates income to do those strategic assessments, to do those cumulative impact assessments, and to provide the community benefits back to the community. The recently exhibited Hunter Transmission Project, which sits actually outside the REZ as a project, which creates confusion for the community as well. is silent on community benefits from that project. Now, that's a $2 billion investment in our communities that hasn't actually drawn a line in the sand or given any feedback to councils or the regional reference group around what the community benefits will come from that project. And so I guess going a bit further, I suppose, to Councillor Drayton's comment, there's a little bit of a chicken and egg kind of situation going on, and we agree that Energy Co is a little bit more balanced in terms of, or settled, I think was the word Councillor Drayton used, and so we are actually able to have these conversations, but we're just having conversations. We're actually not seeing cumulative impact assessment, we're not seeing strategic assessment, and that's where we really need to be.
Yeah, well, that was almost going to be my next question again, because other shires have raised that in both Central West and New England, saying that, you know, and even in the Central West, you know, there's been conversations around should there be a bit of a moratorium or a pause while we work out what's going on, and that's certainly the view of some members of the committee, not others. Just to sort of let community know what's happening, let council and other infrastructure catch up to where it's all going. But when you talk about in your submission the further strategic studies, is that the sort of thing, like a cumulative impact, is that what you'd like for this area as well?
So we'd like to see cumulative impact assessment, but we'd also like to see a strategic statement similar to what was done for coal mining to identify where is the best location for these sorts of developments to take place. Because at the moment, what we're seeing are proponents wanting to install generating infrastructure who currently don't have access to a network to actually be able to distribute that electricity. So that's the kind of chicken and egg scenario that we're talking about. If you have a DA and you don't have access to the network, then you don't really have a commercially viable project. So what we want to understand is which bit should come first. And we think site verification is a process that could be used to actually establish, do you have in principle network access? Can you actually gain access to the network? Some of these projects have tens of kilometres of transmission infrastructure from the project to network connection. That comes at a significant cost. The commercial viability then gets called into question. And in the meantime, communities are divided about whether or not projects should actually take place in their communities. So that's what we're calling for.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to comment on that? There's a few nodding heads, so I just didn't know if anyone wanted to be on the record on that. Sure.
I could just add to some of the things that have been said both by Mayor Drayton and Mary Ann, is that some of these projects are just popping up out of nowhere, and I use Mitchell's Flat Solar Farm as an example. We knew about that when there was community unrest on social media and also through the councillors, because the proponent took the approach of going out and talking to the community before we even knew about it. Then when we asked them to come and give us a presentation, we then realised that this project was relying on 14 kilometres of council road reserve, much of which is tree lined.
We were out there yesterday.
So and you go, well, the community, there's unrest in the community. This proponent hasn't even approached council to talk about the impact of using 14 kilometres of road reserve. The assessment for the project, if it goes to assessment, will get assessed through the Environmental Planning Assessment Act with consent conditions, which then bring it back into the Roads Act to then talk to the local road authority about the use of the road reserve. That's where I think Mary Ann's saying, let's take a broader strategic approach about identifying locations which are more suitable for these types of projects, rather than go out and cause angst in the community when the project may never get up. And another one I'll use as an example, Bowman's Creek Wind Farm. It's approved. To actually get infrastructure up into that area, you've got a significant amount of roadworks to be done across causeways, rural bridges that were built for horse and cart. That's going to come back to the local council to be part of that project, because council is the local roads authority. If there's any acquisitions required for road widenings, that will be council responsibility. A council of our size, with the resources we've got, we couldn't possibly manage that with the existing resources. We'd have to grow as an organisation. Now, that comes at a considerable cost. We have no idea who will be paying for that cost. Then whether the use of the road reserve is appropriate for the transmission the power to get down to the network, to the actual network itself. So these are some of the things that we're finding where there's just project proponents coming. Some of them have already received approval, some of them haven't commenced the project process, some are in the process seeking approval. But as Marianne said, some of them haven't even got access to the network yet, approved access to the network. And it's like chicken before the egg, you know, as Matt called it, it's cart before the horse. It's sort of it's a wrong approach.
Yeah.
It's taking that, we're recommending in our submission to take a broader strategic approach to this, and we have one solar farm project which is right alongside the transmission lines. Perfect example of an appropriate location for a project of that size to then tap into the network and provide the power, and we understand it's only 1 gigawatt of generation power for the Hunter Central Coast REZ at this stage. They're the sorts of things that we're finding constantly when those projects pop up. It's unannounced, we know little about it, yet, as I said earlier, they're relying on our road reserves to transmit.
Did anyone else want to...
Just
we
briefly,
might
if I
go to
could,
Mr Finnegan
please.
first. Yeah.
Thanks very much. As our Mayor has often said in the media, Muswellbrook is at the nexus of not only the Hunter Central Coast REZ, but also the New England REZ and the Irina Central West REZ. And so all of the oversized overmass vehicles do travel through Muswellbrook Shire. And so part of our discussions with Energy Co and Transport has been that road infrastructure needs to be upgraded prior to these projects and prior to the passage of these OSOM vehicles. That has been quite difficult for us. We all around this table, we have encouraged a more strategic approach by Energy Co and Transport, rather than us dealing discreetly with both entities, because it's difficult to get that aligned, cohesive approach. And we would really request that the entities treat us as equal partners. For example, on one of our roads, they want to place a pullover bay. Quite contrary to our advice, there is no visibility either side. It's located in a position where it will be difficult for vehicles to overtake at other areas. And also, we already have a designated piece of infrastructure that is critically important to us to provide water security to the village of Sandy Hollow. And that's been difficult for us as a council to get that agreement and for us to be treated as equal partners. So I think that is important that is the case. As we've said, we are coming up with the solutions as councils, and we need those responsible entities to engage in us on an equal footing.
Certainly echo those key points made, particularly in relation to the strategic lens and the need for a strategic alignment, really for the purpose of adequate sequencing. And you know, the idea or concept of identifying key sites or precincts at a strategic level certainly makes sense in determining what the enabling infrastructure, what that is and what that looks like, and where it's required to get the best efficiencies, particularly before development applications or proponents come through the EP&A Act and the legislative system and through council. In relation to, you know, causeways, bridges and culverts, and the onus or responsibility placed on council and the ratepayers to fund that type of infrastructure, I would like to reiterate my comments on having a framework or a clear framework in place, particularly around contributions planning. We can all see with developments or housing developments, you have a contributions plan, or if it's quarrying, you have a haulage contribution plans that relates to, you know, the trucks that travel council roads every day and the long-term financial implications on council to maintain and rehabilitate those roads over time. I think a key recommendation, as I mentioned earlier, would be for government to work with councils around what those contributions, whether it's a renewable energy zone contribution plan that's bespoke to those unique local government areas and what their challenges are and the community expectations. And I think that will help improve or increase in alignment with the community benefits associated with the benefits of the projects.
Thank you. I have others, but I'll let others have a turn.
Yeah, if I can just come back to something that was raised earlier, and I just wanted to ask each and all of you perhaps about your interactions with Energy Co. As I understand it, you were saying it was pretty appalling in the past, high turnover of people. I think Councillor Drayton, you were saying, but now it's stabilised, and is it much better than it was before? Is it significantly improved?
It's considerably improved from when we first started. They appear to have a much better handle now on what's going on. I mean, there's always going to be a way to go. It's difficult, but yeah, certainly is much better now, to the stage where we would meet almost weekly now with Energy Co around issues, and they tend to get, if they haven't got the answer there, they're back to us within a day or two. So it has improved considerably, and we've gotten to a stage now where Energy Co appear they're going to move into Muswellbrook Shire with an office in Muswellbrook Shire to be able to continue to answer all those community questions in particular. But yep, without any doubt, there's been a large improvement over this year.
Yeah, and that's the stability of personnel, so you're dealing with the same person all the time rather than a constant changeover, as well as that sort of local interaction, having the office. And so
in my view, that certainly made a difference. Yeah, certainly improved it, being able to consistently deal with the same people. Yes.
And is it the same experience for everybody, or is it different?
Our experience is the same. So we have structured monthly meetings now with Energy Co, Ausgrid, the Hunter Transmission Project and the Port to REZ. So that makes it a lot easier for all of us to be on the same page in terms of what those potential impacts are. We're able to ask, as Councillor Drayton said, we're able to ask questions. If they don't have the answers to those questions, they will get those answers back for us. And we're also able to advocate for community that may be feeling some of the impacts associated with particularly Energy Co-based projects. So that's the Port to REZ, the Ausgrid project and the Hunter Transmission project. And we've found that to be a really useful and valuable mechanism for us to be able to also express concerns from our community directly to those proponents.
Yeah. What about others?
Look, I'll support the things that have been said, both by Mayor Drayton and Mary Ann. Just add, though, that some of the issues aren't necessarily with Energy Co as well. And while they'll take the question on notice, we continually seem to ask similar questions of Energy Co, and they don't have the answers. But it seems like the other agencies haven't got answers as well. So some of the issues, like, it's multifaceted. This, I always call it a big jigsaw, this whole process, this energy transition process, and we've all got parts to play. But it's getting the right people in the room to answer some of the concerns that we raise, so that we have information to support and or push back on certain aspects of it. But certainly I agree with both Councillor Drayton and Mary Ann. The relationship with Energy Co has improved significantly, given continuity of key people and a level of understanding of what each of our issues are in each of the local government areas.
Yeah, thanks. And what about at Dungog?
Dungog's interactions with Energy Co is quite limited, and that's mainly aligned with probably the interest in proposals in Dungog Shire at the present time. There's a small proportion of the REZ overlay to the west of Patterson Township, so we haven't really seen a significant interest at this present time in relation to renewable energy projects in our LGA. But certainly we would like to reach out to Energy Co and initiate those meetings to build those relationships.
So generally the feeling is it was pretty poor early on. It's gotten better. It's still got some way to go, but it's significantly better than it was. Is that fair to say?
If I could, please.
Yeah.
One of the improvements, as my colleagues and Mayor Drayton have said, is that Energy Co now appear to be less siloed in their discussions with us. So we were concerned in the early engagement that they were not discussing things with each other very well, but certainly that has improved. We had a meeting with them yesterday and there were representatives from different renewable energy zones. It was much more effective, that alignment of discussion and thought. One of our, I guess, we would encourage a greater alignment of consultation between Energy Co and Transport for New South Wales, because their interests are often very similar, and we would, to get the best result possible, that engagement between Energy Co, Transport and councils is critical.
So getting everybody in the room so they're on the same page. All right, thanks for that.
Thank you all for coming along, and thank you for your very helpful submissions. This obviously is an evolving process. When it became, I guess, the starting point to have to engage with the government agencies and the various other organisations with the matters that you needed to deal with, did any of you have a blueprint of sorts, or a, dare I say, an overview of who you needed to speak to and engage with to advance your issues? In other words, the concern would be that starting with pretty much a blank sheet of paper, each individual council, and then trying to work out yourselves how to sort of make your way forward. One would hope that over time there is, dare I say, a blueprint that may not obviously be something that's cookie cutter for each council because of different sizes. But I'd be concerned that you actually had to all start from scratch, from a start, to work out how to progress all the matters that obviously start to come into the council and start to exercise people's minds. So just interested, did you start from scratch, or you had something to work with?
I think the short answer to that is we started from scratch. We didn't know who, we didn't know when, we didn't know how, and in fairness to Energy Co, they've been really supportive in helping us bring together the right people in the conversation. So I think I gave the example around the biodiversity conservation investment strategy. We spoke to Energy Co to say, look, we're doing a bunch of on-the-ground work. It's costing us a lot of money to do that, to get a biodiversity baseline. Are you guys doing anything in that space around biodiversity, cumulative impact assessment or anything like that? And they put us in contact with DQ, and we were able to work with them on making sure that we weren't duplicating effort and that we could get some support for our on-the-ground works as well. So the short answer is we had to start from scratch because we didn't know who to speak to. And there are many different players in this net zero transition, not just Energy Co. And I think that's one of the challenges that not only councils but our community have in who is who in this jigsaw puzzle of people and organisations and government agencies and universities and whoever else it might be that's working in this space, and how do we actually get the best effective engagement from those and with those that doesn't have an impact on our capacity to resource delivery of service to our community, which is our primary function.
And would it be a general agreed position that the way it's evolved up to this point and the way in which Energy Co has uplifted its engagement and its quality of engagement, that really Energy Co is the key, will be the key to dealing with your ability to manage and resolve and deal with issues in your local government area?
I think, in short, there needs to be one agency that helps us coordinate whatever the response to our questions might be.
Yeah.
It's a huge drain on resources to actually try and figure out who's who in the zoo.
Yeah.
So from our experience, I would say in the last 12 months, from our experience with Energy Co, they've been very effective in helping us navigate who to speak to about specific issues.
We have an appreciation of, it's been complex for Energy Co as well, and Marianne's comments are really helpful because there is a genuine goodwill and a genuine desire to do the right thing and to improve. It's been complex for them as well. We work hard to be productive partners with them to get the best results for our communities, but also for the region.
And just my final question, if I could, in terms of each council, do you effectively have to set aside dedicated resources within the council, within the administration, to deal with and field all the range of questions that come in? Because one would imagine they're coming from left, right and centre, from the mayor to elected councillors down to a councillor, or down to a councillor. How is that brought into a point where that can be managed in an organised fashion?
So we did a really thorough analysis of all the touch points across our organisation, and as Marianne pointed out, over the next 4 years we estimate 2.7 million potentially, of staff time required on these projects. We still don't have an understanding of what the 30+ interfaces with our road network will mean in terms of staff resources. We've managed to negotiate a commissioning payment nowhere near that amount. So at some point, either we stop supporting the project or Energy Co come to the table with some further funds to support the resources needed. We just don't have an organisation big enough to absorb within existing resources these large projects that are coming our way. And the figure of 2.7 million was just an estimate that was sent to Energy Co, and we had it all mapped out, and we're basing it on touch points throughout the organisation that have been and continue to be and will be progressively more involved with these projects as we move forward.
From a Dungog perspective, certainly it's clear that there's a bit of a cost-shifting exercise, particularly in relation to resources. So from a Dungog perspective, we have a very small planning and environment team. We have no resources to deal with renewable energy projects. We struggle to secure positions, particularly in development assessment engineering, planning positions in particular, and that's just to deal with day-to-day development applications, not even, large development applications of the type of scale that would occur. To answer your question too, in relation to a blueprint, one of them would have been very useful, particularly a stakeholder engagement plan or a RASI matrix around who's responsible, accountable, informed and consulted in relation to the rollout of the process. It's clear that one does not exist, and most, if not all, councils appear to have had to start from scratch. In relation to Dungog, as I mentioned earlier, we don't really have any current proponent proposals, interest, and certainly we would like to be able to be on the front foot, particularly to engage with Energy Co and proponents. So certainly we would like to see more engagement and collaboration, particularly with councils who haven't had, I guess, that upfront engagement. And it's clear to me that a lot of the Energy Co improvements in relationships are dealing with those councils who currently have projects and are in that key spotlight in relation to post-mining transition. So for other councils that are on the periphery and have mapped renewable energy zones there's been no engagement to this point with those councils where there's no current projects in play.
Yeah, Muswellbrook is the same. We've dramatically understaffed to be able to handle. I said earlier there was 9 projects, I think, in a 15-kilometre. They're not the only projects we've got. So we've also got the reclassification of these roads. I understand we might be the only council they've had to reclassify local roads. So we've also had all that work to do. So that's obviously a combination of Energy Co and transport. So we have had some assistance from Energy Co, but not anywhere near enough. Of course, when I say not enough, the other industry called the coal industry it hasn't gone away either. So we have currently we have two of the mines, or 2 closing, but the other 2 mines both again have applications for expansions or extensions in as well. So that workload's increased, for our planning department on top of all this other workload. So yeah, we're certainly we haven't put a figure on it, but it's very understaffed.
Thank you.
Could I just add something?
Yeah, sure.
We've spoken about resources on planning staff, but in our organisation, it's also property staff, it's administrative staff, and now in infrastructure. So our engineering staff, our design team, they're all getting heavily involved because of what we've been told is 30 interfaces with our road network. We don't have a team to support that, but we're being asked to provide support to enable it to happen. And as I said, if we haven't got resources, we can't help.
That's it. Just picking up on that, $2.7 million is quite a significant amount of money for a council budget. What services or what processes have either slowed or had to be put on the back burner given that significant investment in this?
So the real live example for us at the moment is the bypass project. Now, some may say that the single bypass project's been on the books for a lot of years. I think it's been fast-tracked because of the need to get turbines from the Port of Newcastle up to the New England REZ, and Muswellbrook will experience the same, I think, moving forward with a bypass. But that bypass project has taken pretty much a large portion, if not the entire water sewer team, offline for the last 6 to 8 months. To deal with all of the aspects related to that bypass project. Now, that's a Transport for New South Wales project, recognise that, but it is supporting renewable energy zones further north of us, and that's caused a significant delay in all of our own capital works programs. We have contractors here working with us just to keep our network afloat, because all of our network guys are currently involved in what we call cutovers of all of our water sewer network that's impacted by the bypass. So that's just one live example of what's happening now. As I said, Energy Co have indicated to us that we have a minimum of 30 interfaces with the road network in relation to their transmission line project. We're yet to see the scope of works required, but as a local roads authority, we'll need to be involved with the approvals for a lot of those road works. While we won't be undertaking, we have all of the resources required to do the analysis of the proposal, impact on road reserves, potentially be involved in land acquisitions as the local road network. And that's all these touch points right across the organisation that aren't just planning. It's other aspects of our organisation.
Mayor Drayton or Mr Finnegan, do you have other examples from Muswellbrook that you could share?
Thanks very much. I support Justin's comments. It's very similar for Muswellbrook as well. In relation to planning matters, as Mayor Drayton said, not only do we have the Energy Co and REZ projects to consider, but there are the large mine projects. But our strong focus is also making sure our local community is not impacted for their local development, and that is a great challenge for us, making sure that our timeframes for assessment are within acceptable parameters. Our roads team, as Justin said, are impacted in the sense that projects are being delayed because we need to focus our attention on the REZ projects. So our economic development team are also intimately involved. So across council, there are considerations of the demands on our staff and our project programs, because this is such an important project for our community. We need to get it right.
If I can just add, we actually, when we meet with Energy Co on a monthly basis, we actually put a slide up to show the level of interaction that the Renewable Energy Zone projects has had with touch points across our organisation. So that they can see that this is bigger than just a planning matter, it's bigger than an engineering matter. It does have those significant touch points.
And what's Energy Co's response to?
Thanks for sharing that with us, is their response.
But no acknowledgement, we'll take this back to the government, no proposed solutions.
We've managed to negotiate commissioning payments. The reconciliation project to justify the expenditure is quite thorough and detailed and has a layer of resource drain as well. But those commissioning payments, we have continually told them and continually have said to them, as this project or these projects ramp up, the commissioning payments are going to be nowhere near the cost of the resource drain on our organisation. It does sort of fall on deaf ears, and you wonder at what point do you say, well, we can't help you anymore, because I don't think it's fair for our communities to be paying for these projects, which in essence are being driven by a whole heap of other state and federal policy positions. And while we want to support the projects, we see the importance of them. We just think that it should be funded accordingly, and so that the drain isn't again on the local community.
Have any of the councils actually identified what that breaking point is, or that tipping point is, where you have to go, like, we can't put any more resources to this?
It won't be drastic, but we'll continue to negotiate with Energy Co. As I pointed out to you, the bypass project is a live example right here, right now. For the next 18 weeks, our network operators are solely working on that project, doing night shifts, doing weekend works to get that project through and get it finished before Christmas, all of the cutovers. That means we're having to use contractors from down Lower Hunter to come up and look after our water sewer network, critical infrastructure. We have been managed to negotiate. This is Transport for New South Wales project. We've managed to negotiate a cost recovery process that we've got to go through, but the council had to allocate 1.5 million in the budget to absorb this in the interim until we finalise the project, and it's just an example of the cost being incurred before being reimbursed by the agency that's doing the project, so in this case Transport for New South Wales. We've done the analysis, we know that as the project ramps up for the Hunter transmission line, we're going to see the expenditure in the order of 2.7 plus, just based on our analysis of resource needs to run the projects, and yet our commissioning payments per annum are nowhere near that.
Okay. Mr. Drayton, Mr. Finian, you want to add something?
Thanks very much. As Justin said, similarly with us, we'll continue to negotiate with Energy Co. To their credit, they are receptive. I just don't think there's an appreciation. Unless you work in local government, you can't understand the diversity of pressures that are on councils, the stakeholders, the many and diverse stakeholders we have to manage and deal with in the interests of our community. But at some point, in consultation with the Mayor and councillors, there may come a point where we have to reconsider our investment with managing these projects. Our Director of Environment and Planning is very strategic in the approach of the team, and so we are managing our time as productive as we possibly can, and the commissioning payment from Energy Co assists, but the team is under considerable pressure, as is our council, in dealing with these matters.
Okay. Mayor Drayton, I think in your opening statement you talked about how the whole process has sort of been largely unplanned and poorly sequenced by the state government. Noting that you said Energy Co have improved, have you seen an improvement in any sense of planning or sequencing to go with Energy Co's better engagement with you, or is it still largely a bit of a rudderless ship?
No, I think there has been an improvement. Of course, we've spoken about there needs to be much more improvement, but I certainly think we have seen an improvement from when we initially started, yes.
Okay. And just to go to the question around, or the conversations around site verification and mapping, is that something that across the board councils would, I know it was put forward by Singleton, but what is the other councils' views on having some sort of site verification or process put in place before? I'm assuming you would like to see it before these projects enter the planning portal. What are other councils' views on having that stepping stone in place?
Thank you. It's critically important. Yes, the more discussion we have up front, the better planned we are, and the better outcome we can arrive at.
Mr. Maddox, you...
As Maitland is a satellite in some ways to these, we have had interactions with Energy Co, but we don't have direct transmission impacts in our council. There could be transport infrastructure impacts, but as part of the regional organisation of councils, we'd like to see our partner councils be able to undertake their business in a way that's coordinated and beneficial to all the community.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes, certainly support a strategic approach before proposals or development applications come in to a system. That gives the opportunity, particularly around that VPA policy proposal up front as part of that strategic alignment, as well as having clear expectations around contributions, plans, so the industry that are undertaking the projects are clear on what the community and council's position is in relation to undertaking projects in the REZ in that local government area. So for me, strategic planning is critical to understanding those strategic cumulative impacts on communities and the region as a whole, and then the proposals can then follow in alignment with that strategic lens, no different to how other developments occur having regard to the EP&A Act, strategic planning and development assessment.
And just a general question to you all, do you think having that process in place may curb the speculative development. I know, Mayor Drayton, you were talking about 9 proponents in a 15-kilometre radius. It's pretty intense. Do you think having that process in place may curb or slow, I guess, that speculative development that's causing, a bit of concern amongst your community members?
I think definitely. If there's a means to be able to identify whether a project is verifiable before it's lodged in the New South Wales planning system, it reduces a significant amount of angst. And there's plenty of examples. The mining industry has to do site verification certificates. It's not a new thing. And so from our perspective, we just think, if you can demonstrate in some way that you actually intend to commercially progress this project, then that gives certainty back to the community that it's not just a development application that will be sitting there unused.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is an important point. The 9 projects I talk about. One of them's been approved. 2 of them have been approved. Sorry. And they do cause a lot of angst. I'll talk about the community meeting we had. If you talk about on a stretch of road 15 kilometres long with 9 proponents and a couple of them only a few hundred yards apart, and then it wasn't until the community come together that they realised, I have got one only 500 yards up the road. I didn't realise that one was there. I think some sort of strategic plan, some verification would be incredibly important. We cause a lot of angst and a lot of work, frankly, that doesn't need to occur if there was some verification process prior.
Do you have I know you said there was 9, but that wasn't the only. They weren't the only projects in your council area. To both Singleton and Muswellbrook, do you know what the total number of, I guess, generation, developments are sitting there speculatively? Yeah,
we understand we have about 15 total. So the 9 I speak of was just in one area, so of Sandy Creek Road, McCulley's Gap Road. But we have about 15 interest from about 15 proponents in total. Only two approvals to date.
And we don't have the scale of generation projects that Muswellbrook is experiencing. Not quite sure why, but probably land value and proximity to the urban centres is maybe a reason why. So at the moment we have the Bowmans Creek Wind Farm, the Mason Dew Solar Farm and the proposed Mitchell's Flat Solar Farm. We anticipate that we'll be more of a transmitting LGA rather than an actual generation LGA.
Okay.
And I think with that alone is one way of just quietening down all of the noise in relation to this. If the Hunter Central Coast REZ is more a transmission REZ, let's be open and honest about it so that these project proponents don't come and try and then, after approvals, try and then get access to road reserves and then access to the network. If there is only 1 gigawatt of power available in the network for generation here in the Hunter, strategically recognise where's the best location for that and be done with it. And these are some of the questions we ask of EnergyCo, and EnergyCo may not be the agency that's got the rights over approvals of access to the network, but some of the simple things we ask is how much of that 1 gigawatt of capacity for generation in the Hunter Central Coast is taken up. We unfortunately haven't got an answer yet. But, I think about a project that's approved, Bowmans Creek Wind Farm, and it's part of our submission. Bowmans Creek Wind Farm relies on about 17 kilometres of road reserve, some of which goes between 2 parts of a mine site, which are, they were in the process of seeking extension. So that approval sits there as an approved project that the proponent may on-sell. Taking on board the 17 kilometres of road reserve that needs to be approved by the local roads authority, which is council, that's taking out of an Environmental Planning and Assessment Act approval into a Roads Act to get approval from the local roads authority, who obviously needs to support the local community who didn't want the project to go ahead anyhow. And this project straddles across the boundaries, so it impacts on Muswellbrook as well as a little bit of Upper Hunter. And then we don't even start to then talk about the amount of roadworks that would be required for the project to even occur. These are the sorts of things that fundamentally should be sorted out prior to a project even being assessed by the planning department. The road reserve, we talk about the Port to REZ project, that's Transport for New South Wales looking after the state network to get infrastructure from the port out to where the renewable energy zones. And, some might call that, well, it is the Port to REZ project, but it's the last mile that really counts. In our case, it's the last 20 miles up into the mountains. The road works that are required, it just wouldn't feasibly stack up. Well, let's work that out before the projects even get assessed by Department of Planning.
And I know you said the Energy Co might not be the right agency, but do you think there should be a clear definitive statement from the state government and funnel it through whatever agency you want to funnel it through, but there should be a clear definitive statement from state government that this area is mainly transmission, not generation, and if there is to be generation, it's at this, a nominated, figure? Do you think that would...
For certain, there's all these project proponents popping up around the place, and we can only sort of talk about the ones that we're experiencing here in Singleton. But if 1 gigawatt is the amount, what does that translate to in terms of numbers of solar farms, number of wind farms, and be done with and remove that angst that's been created in the community? As I pointed out, Mitchell's Flat Solar Farm, we only knew about that after the proponent went and engaged with the community, and the project isn't even in the planning system yet. Yet there's posters everywhere all around the farmlands that were going to be impacted, not to mention the people in town that would be impacted by the transmission lines if it came up. They don't yet know about those transmission lines, or a lot of them wouldn't even know about the transmission lines potentially coming into the urban areas if the project got up. But then that would rely on council supporting the project and allowing the project to run the transmission lines in the road reserve. And as I pointed out, it's a road reserve that a lot of it's tree lined. It's got important biodiversity, elements to it that we've got to protect and maintain. And these are the problems with the chicken before the egg, cart before the horse. We need to take a strategic approach to this and be done with calling us a renewable energy zone when in fact it's going to primarily be a transmission zone for renewable energies with limited input from generators. The generators are going to be Central West Arana and New England, and Energy Co have openly said that to us at COREM, which is an organisation of renewable energy mayors that get together when we have country mayors, and they are the most impacted from a generation point of view. We're going to be impacted by transmission as it comes into Bayswater and then heads off down to Araring or Olney. These are fundamentally some of the things we ask of Energy Co, and I don't think Energy Co have all the answers, because when it comes into the Roads Act, that's obviously Transport for New South Wales. So we have a conversation with Transport for New South Wales and we say, okay, you're doing the Port to REZ, but has anyone actually assessed, say, Bowman's Creek Wind Farm, which has been approved, has anyone assessed getting turbines up to that Ravensworth intersection, and then what's the route that's going to be taken to get to those projects? Has anyone assessed that? All of that I see coming back to council. We pointed out earlier, we don't have resources to do that assessment, let alone be involved in those projects if it did eventuate and stacked up from a feasibility point of view. Yet this project has been approved.
Would it be better if those meetings you had with Energy Co had a Transport for New South Wales rep and maybe someone from planning and someone from other agencies, so it wasn't just talking to individual silos? You could get all your answers, in one foul swoop.
I think that's a very good suggestion. Yeah, I think that's a very good suggestion, because what we meet with Energy Co about is just Energy Co's projects, and there may be a transport element to that because Transport are looking after the Port to REZ, but that's all they're there to talk about. They're not there to talk about these larger cumulative issues that we've raised here today.
We've had a number of meetings for exactly the reason you say, because we've seen the requirement that Energy Co aren't going to be able to give us the answers here as to Transport. So we've had a number of meetings now where both Transport for New South Wales and Energy Co, we've invited both along for exactly the reasons you outlined.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Ms.
I
Mitchell?
was just going to say, and you probably answered my question, but one of the things that is quite a common theme, again, no matter where we are, is that community discontent when there's uncertainty for projects that may or may not go ahead. And I think the Mitchell's Flat is a really good example of and we were out there briefly yesterday. I guess in terms of how high this issue is ranking in your community in terms of causing concern and division with that uncertainty, is that something that you're seeing increase more and more? And would, as the Chair said, a better sort of process around this at the beginning help to alleviate some of that community unrest in your views?
Community unrest. Look, our communities up here have been very open to large state significant projects for a lot of decades.
Yep.
You know, we've got mine sites around us everywhere, both here in Muswellbrook. Very supportive. We see the benefits of all of this and the flow-on, knock-on benefits over the decades. What we're seeing with renewable energy, so the way it's been rolled out, is potentially going to have a negative impact on a community that's already supported energy production.
Yeah.
But they're seeing this renewable as having further impact on the community that's already been impacted by large mine sites. So the fact that a community then has to go through significant sort of gatherings and protests and start to have placards up all on farmland fences and whatever for a project that may never ever eventuate, it's just not fair on this community who's already experienced decades worth of impact of being in a power generation zone. I think, in hindsight, you'd probably approach it in a different way.
Yeah.
But certainly, it's not fair on communities to actually put them through the angst for them to find out later on that the project may have never got up anyway because it relied on 14 kilometres of road reserve, or it doesn't even have access to the network.
Yeah.
But that's...
It's a lot of upset for maybe no...
A lot. And those neighbours that are immediately adjacent to these things, it's not good for their health.
No.
And it's not fair for those people to be subjected to that.
Did you want to add something there?
Yeah, I did. I guess it's in two parts for us. I mean, we have, I mentioned earlier, we have coal mine closures coming, so about 12,000 jobs, 2030. And I think a lot of our community have their view, and of course, probably some of it due to the rollout of renewable energy, but we've got this problem where a lot of those people in our community see that the renewable energy rollout is the reason they're losing their job. So it's really difficult in an area like this where we lose the industry we've relied on for 100 years, and we've got to now rely on an industry that they know won't, the industry itself, they know won't replace the jobs they're about to lose. So, of course, that's a separate issue we have to deal with, but we have recognised this community issue, and we're in the process now. Might be a week early of confirming it, but we're in the process now. We have a building within our shire, a couple of floors that were empty. We're now about to fill that up with groups, with state and federal government groups in regards to renewable energy and all the proponents. So any proponent who wants to move in there will move in there. We estimate we might have about 10 of those proponents move in there, and the idea of that is having them all in one building together, is so that the community can walk in and ask those questions. Because it is frustrating. They come to council, and a lot of the time we can't tell them where to go to get those, or certainly we can't give them those answers. So if we can say to them, listen, here's the proponent you're talking about, you walk in and ask them yourself, or we'll guide you through it. We hope we'll make that much easier.
Yeah, okay.
From a Dungog perspective, I guess community unrest usually comes when a proposal becomes into the system or enters the system, whether it's through the New South Wales planning portal, and then there's a notification process. Given Dungog hasn't really seen that sort of interest in those proposals, I would say there's probably more of an unawareness amongst the community around what the REZ is and what the potential implications are, particularly for those local government areas who haven't sort of seen that level of interest like Muswellbrook and Singleton. And for Dungog, we have sort of other considerations. We don't have mining, but we do supply over 80% of the Lower Hunter drinking water catchment. So we have a lot of catchments and river catchments in our local government area. So that's a separate matter that our council will need to work through, particularly with Hunter Water in relation to these types of developments that may be in proximity to drinking water catchments.
If I can just give one final example about the angst it does cause. I mentioned, as I've mentioned a number of times, about the 9 proponents, on Mackenzie Gate Road. When we organised that community meeting, we were aware of 6 when we first started organising it. We had calls from people within the community who'd been approached by a proponent who had then encouraged that proponent to come to the meeting. So by the time the meeting came about, there was actually 9. Well, 3 of those council weren't even aware of.
Yeah.
We're only made aware of them through the community who these proponents had directly approached the community. So hence, we have a community turning up to this meeting, being aware of 6 and turning up, and all of a sudden there's 9 there. And the example I give you earlier that he says, well, hang on, that one's only 500 yards down the road at my neighbour's. I didn't know that was going on.
Yeah.
Again, all it does is create angst, and it creates some level of deceit, I guess. That why are you hiding it? Why did you know, but why did I didn't know? So that's been some of the problems we've had to deal with. Yeah.
Can I just ask one more, Chair? Slightly different topic, but the other thing that we've spoken about a bit in these hearings is, I guess, what happens at the end of life of these projects and the decommissioning, options, and obviously, particularly, I guess, talking to Singleton and Muswellbrook with your long history of mining, but there's very clear, rules about what happens at the end of life, not so much with these projects. What's your view on how that should be managed? Should there be things like decommissioning bonds? How do you feel that should be approached by government?
I guess we are lucky, speaking on behalf of Singleton, but we are lucky we have, we've been dealing with these big companies for a long time, so we have planning departments, even for regional councils, that are quite familiar with dealing with them. I'm saying as opposed to, a regional council that's never had to deal with a big proponent. But only recently, you're probably aware, we have a project, OX2 project, it's on the former Muswellbrook Coal Idemitsu mine site, and we made a submission in regards to conditions that should be imposed, and the Planning Commission agreed with those, and a number of those were obviously pre-construction and post-construction about what they have to do, and they're conditions that certainly it's a policy position now our council has taken. Conditions like waste, for instance, when they're building the project, is that no waste will go to landfill. You need to recycle all the waste. So this is a solar project. They have to come to us with a deal in regards to housing their people in local employment. So they have to come to council and have these, and effectively discuss with council and come to some arrangement in regards to those. And that also goes for end of life. As I say, that's a policy position of Muswellbrook Council. So that'll be something that we'll be doing everything we can to impose on these projects, impose on each of these projects as they're approved.
From Singleton's perspective, we've got long history and experience with mining projects in particular. So decommissioning bonds are not a new thing. They're held for a whole range of different types of development. And they're held to ensure that projects meet community standards and don't leave long-term legacy issues for future generations. They're not held because a landowner wants to hold a whole bunch of money. They're there to make sure that their future generations are secure, and that what the developer is actually doing is making sure that their community standards are met. I think from our perspective, it shouldn't be left to individual landowners to carry that risk that's associated with decommissioning. Given that decommissioning bonds are a state government policy position, they're in the Mining Act, it's not a huge leap, I don't think, to actually incorporate something related to decommissioning bonds in the Resources and Energy SEP, for example, to help support landowners in addressing some of those more technical issues of decommissioning, like waste management, like contamination, remediation and those sorts of things. I think it's also really important to point out that, the New South Wales farmers, I think, have developed a tool to assist farmers in being able to understand and navigate some of the landowner agreement processes that are put in place. Again, I don't necessarily think that should be left to farmers' associations and individual landowners to try and navigate. Those support systems need to be put in place. And I think, Councillor Drayton's comment about having embedded agencies within communities to help landowners navigate the journey of this transition in a positive way does 2 things. It shows that you're on the journey with us, that you're actually committed to embedding your own resources in communities to help support communities transition. And it also means that people have a face to go and talk to as well. So we raised that yesterday when we had a meeting with the Net Zero Economy Authority, that the importance of having, particularly for our communities that are experiencing a post-mining transition, it is uncertain, it is difficult, it is challenging for them. And if we had government agencies, you know, we've got governments that are committed, but if we had agencies that were committed to actually be within our regions, that would send a very, very positive message and probably address some of the angst that we're experiencing.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms McDonald?
Sorry. Mr. Fitzpatrick Barr, in your submission, you mentioned about, and I may have read it wrong, with regard to, sorry, where am I? That councils wouldn't be benefiting from, say, the transmission benefit sharing scheme. I just wondered, what would you like to see changed? And I could open it up to everyone, if that's what I understand it to be.
So we're just touching the transmission benefit scheme. Well, I guess, as pointed out by Mary Ann, at this point in time, the guidelines don't really offer any benefits for transmission lines in public road reserves, public land. Certainly they help those private landowners in those REZs, but yeah, for us, it's very unclear of how if there was opportunity for proponents to use our road reserves, how we could benefit and what that would look like. Now, you know, we've obviously done some numbers based on what we believe commercially it's worth, but yeah, it would be good to have some guidelines around that.
Just to further Justin's comments, I noted in DQ's submission that they do actually endorse the use of VPAs for renewable energy projects, but they don't go to renewable energy transmission infrastructure. So in our case, we have an adopted planning agreements policy, which is 1.5% of the capital investment value, and we also have an adopted contributions plan, which is 1% of the capital investment value. And from our council's perspective, that's the policy framework that we operate within in order to negotiate planning agreement outcomes. Whether or not we actually will see that from the Hunter Transmission Project, we don't know, because they haven't put anything on the table around community benefits for their project at all in their EIS. So, and we've not had any conversations with Energy Co at all about the community benefits scheme from the Hunter Transmission Project. The Ausgrid project came under the infrastructure SEP, which where they could do it effectively without consent, which means that the provisions of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act and the ability to levy contributions or to enter into a planning agreement doesn't exist. So we've not been offered anything in terms of compensation for our community and community benefits in relation to the Ausgrid augmentation project.
Without repeating anything that's said, of course, because we're in the same position, but we still, again, even with Energy Co, with this transmission project, we've adopted the same principles in regards to what benefit can the community get out of it. And of course, one of those benefits, after some discussion with Energy Co, is workers' accommodation, so temporary worker accommodation, village-style accommodation, so not dongers in the middle of a paddock, and I think that was, dongers was a word that Energy Co might have used initially. They were, 20-minute drive from town in the middle of nowhere. We see that the community, some of the community benefits should be, and of course housing's an issue. It's an issue for all of us, but housing's an issue. So we want some legacy housing. So the position we've taken with Energy Co, they have supported us in regards to some assistance with finance in regards to mapping some of these areas where we might put these on the edge of town. But yeah, these temporary worker villages, and as I say, they'd be in the design phase. You would design them that post-use for temporary workers, they could be used for aged care, tourist accommodation, emergency housing. So again, without direct monetary benefits, there's certainly some other benefits. And after some lengthy discussion with Energy Co, they do support council's position now.
And I'm also wondering whether the government has had any communication regarding the access fee scheme, and if so, what difference would it make for your councils?
Sorry, it's my understanding that Energy Co are not intending to do an access scheme for the Hunter Renewable Energy Zone because I think Justin touched on it, the connection is significantly less than the other zones. So we're in a information vacuum is probably the right phrase to use. We don't know what the community benefit scheme will look like for the renewable energy zone.
Thank you. Just to support Marianne's comments, we haven't had those discussions either. If I could just add to something for the previous question. In Musbrook, and I know in Singleton as well, we work closely together, Musbrook and Singleton, around this to make sure there's an alignment of our approach and consistency for the community. And both of our councils are very familiar with the planning agreement landscape. We enter into planning agreements with the mining companies. We've been doing that for a long time. And so our consideration is that with the new proponents that come online for renewable energy projects, we'll provide a similar approach. And we know that the proponents often like their contribution to be a legacy for their individual projects. So there's a suggestion that small parks or small discrete projects will occur. However, from our perspective, we want to consolidate that into a community benefit fund, and Council has a policy in relation to that. So that with all of these proponents, including the mining proponents, or mining companies who choose to engage in the Community Benefit Fund, to consolidate those funds to provide greater benefit to the community for larger scale projects, but also for a quantum of that contribution to be set aside for investment purposes to ensure financial sustainability into the future. It's not going to solve problems, but it's a contributor to Council's financial sustainability.
Thank you. We did hear similar evidence around up in the New England about a fund, community benefit fund, being managed that way. Are you able to, on notice, provide us a copy of your policies regarding what that would look like? That would help the committee in making recommendations around that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Thank you. Does Singleton Council have a similar policy, or?
Yes, so we have a legacy fund
Yep.
which incorporates 4 different elements, but we can provide a copy of the legacy fund and the plans of management that support that fund. Yep.
That would be great. Mr. Donnelly, do you have any other questions before?
Very good evidence. Appreciate it very much.
No? Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, look, thank you very much. That pretty much takes us pretty close to time. I don't believe you took any questions on notice other than the last one to come back with some documents for us, but we may have some supplementary questions that the Secretariat will send through to you in maybe a couple of days. But once again, thank you for taking the time and having a conversation and a chat about this issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, enjoy your day. In
Thanks.
Singleton.
Thank you.
We'll now break for 15 minutes.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, just welcome back after that brief break. We now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with my first witness on my left, can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
I'm Daniel Sartor, the head of major projects at Ausgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Timothy Jarrett. I am the Group Executive for Market Development and Strategy at Ausgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Johnson, General Manager for Community and Social Licence at Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning. My name is Struan Wilson. I'm the Regional Major Projects Director looking after the Hunter Transmission Project on behalf of Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Richard Poole. I'm the CEO of Verdant Earth, running the Red Bank project. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kostas Tsiolkas, General Manager of Red Bank Power Station. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And just starting back with you, Mr. Sartor, would you like to make a short opening statement before, or you, Mr. Jarrett, before we go to questions?
It will be me, thank you. So, Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Ausgrid. I'm joined today by my colleague, Daniel Sartor, Head of Major Projects. We welcome this inquiry and the chance to contribute to such an important discussion about the future of energy in New South Wales. Ausgrid is proud to serve as the electricity distribution network for 1.8 million households and businesses across Sydney, the Central Coast and the Hunter. That responsibility means that every day we are not only maintaining poles, wires and substations, but also supporting the economic and social lives of the communities we serve. Today, we would like to give the committee an update on the HCC REZ project, what has been achieved, what lessons we have learned, the challenges we still face, and the vision we have for how Ausgrid can be a partner to Parliament and Government in the years ahead. Since January, Ausgrid has been active on multiple fronts across the Hunter and Central Coast. We have undertaken an extensive programme of community consultation. We did not approach this as a box-ticking exercise. Rather, we proactively engaged with local councils, resident groups, local businesses, and held one-on-one conversations with landowners. Our engagement strategy included technical and operational staff to be available in every conversation to ensure that we could work constructively through any issues raised, delivering a positive outcome for residents. The feedback has been clear. People want renewable energy, but they also want transparency and fairness. This means early information, clear communication about impacts, and visible local benefits. We have taken this feedback seriously and adjusted project plans as a result. We are proud to have been recognised for this work on the project. Recently, Ausgrid won the 2025 Energy Networks Consumer Engagement Award for our Empowering and Energising Community, the Wonnarua Community Energy Strategy, which was co-designed with the Wonnarua people and Indigenous Energy Australia. Ausgrid has demonstrated that renewable energy zones do not need to be drawn-out adversarial processes. They can be collaborative, efficient and constructive. By upgrading capacity within existing Ausgrid easements, we can connect new generation and new load without the delays, cost and community and environmental impacts that come with constructing entirely new corridors. This approach means communities are not asked to accept vast new corridors of infrastructure. Instead, we are minimising disruption and focusing investment where it is most efficient. Ausgrid has been proactively working with EnergyCo and Transgrid to develop future stages of the HCC REZ project, using the same, less impactful model. We estimate that we could deliver an additional 3.7 gigawatts of capacity on top of the 1 gigawatt this current stage is providing. Whilst not the HCC REZ per se, we wanted to take the opportunity to mention our proposal for a community power network trial at Charmhaven on the Central Coast and Botany Mascot in Sydney. A community power network is a smart, local energy solution that helps everyone benefit from rooftop solar, regardless of whether you live in a house or apartment, rent or own, or being a small retail business or large industrial customer. This proposal is currently being considered by the Australian Energy Regulator. It works by using unused rooftops and shared batteries to create and store solar energy to make clean power available to the whole community. What is powerful about this model is that it came directly from what we heard in consultation, tangible local benefits, and the cities and suburbs also doing their part to support the energy transition. So where does this leave us? There has been a significant focus by governments on the need to develop large-scale energy generation and transmission projects. Similarly, individuals and governments have also driven investment in smaller, behind-the-meter solutions, like household solar and domestic batteries. But we know from international experiences that there is more that can be done in the middle. That's where the distribution networks come in. To deliver on the renewable energy targets set by government, we are going to need to use all the tools available to us, and distribution networks like Ausgrid are a tool that hasn't been fully taken out of the box yet. Ausgrid's message to the committee is simple. We are ready, we are capable, and we are committed to delivering the renewable energy zones that work for New South Wales. Above all, we are committed to being a reliable, transparent, and constructive partner for government and for Parliament. Ausgrid is proud to play its part in that story. We thank the committee for the opportunity to present today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson or Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair, and committee members. I'd like to acknowledge the Wunarua traditional owners of the land in which we meet here today and pay my respects to elders past and present. I'd like to begin by thanking the people of regional New South Wales for their fundamental role in our state's transition to renewable energy. We thank them for hosting infrastructure on their properties, working on the transmission networks, as well as the generators and batteries. We thank the many regional businesses who support us in our work. We also recognise the impact our work and infrastructure has on our landowners, their neighbours, and communities in regional areas. Transgrid's been part of regional New South Wales since the first large generators were built near coalfields, on the coast, and in the Snowy Mountains 70 years ago. We are deeply committed to ensuring local communities and businesses where we work are supported, now more than ever, as we shift to a renewable grid for the state. We recognise the need for energy transition to be fair and inclusive, particularly by creating opportunities and benefits for the communities who host new electricity infrastructure. We've listened extensively to regional communities and understand their expectations. They want honest, transparent communication about projects, clear plans and timelines, and actions based on community feedback. Communities are also calling for genuine investment that prioritises long-term benefits, including the hiring and training of locals, funding infrastructure and services, and educating young people about energy and the transition, along with landowners being fairly compensated. We recognise the government and regulatory bodies are already making reforms in these areas. Transgrid welcomed the New South Wales Government Strategic Benefit Payment Scheme, which has begun in supporting landholders in southwest New South Wales for Project Energy Connect. We will support New South Wales Government on additional support for people who neighbour properties that are hosting transmission lines, addressing issues like visual impact. Along with other transmission service providers, we're urging the Australian Government to review capital gains tax on landholder payments for critical electricity infrastructure. For over 70 years, we've supported regional and rural communities by providing essential electricity services, jobs, training, opportunities. We employ more than 2,000 people, with more than a third based in regional New South Wales, including a growing apprenticeship program to meet the challenges of renewable transition. We know that transitioning to renewables will help keep downward pressure on household power bills by reducing wholesale generation costs by 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. Connecting renewable generators and storage to the network is essential for our consumers. We are committed to strengthening industry-wide collaboration to deliver the infrastructure for the transition, ensuring fair compensation for impacted communities and balancing these costs for energy consumers across the state. We welcome the opportunity to participate in this inquiry and are committed to supporting improvements for better planning of these vital projects and minimising impacts on our communities. We thank the committee for your work in this area, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Poole?
Good morning. Just for the committee's interest, we are currently converting the Redbank Power Station from a coal-fired power station into a near net zero biomass station. Our long-term goal is to be the first, or mid-term goal is to be the first negative emission generator in Australia, delivering 24/7 power. We see this as a critical part of the support for solar and wind. And in fact, what we are doing is supported by the IPCC and the IEA, who believe that modern bioenergy by 2050 to obtain the less than 1.5 degree scenarios or pathways should represent 18% of global energy. Of that 18%, 60% or 10% of the total is biomass generation. We think Australia's underdone in this. We think there's a clear pathway here to deliver some stability, system strength, and assist the transition into green renewables.
That's it. All right, well, thank you. The committee's resolved to just have free flow questions, so the questions can come from anywhere, including we have some of our committee members online. So I'll just look to see who wants to open up the batting order.
I'll have a go.
Ms. Mitchell.
Cool. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, probably you, Mr. Jarrett, you did mention it in your opening statement, but I was particularly interested in that part in the submission where you talked about the role that urban centres play in the renewables sort of rollout or energy transition. And obviously, as someone who lives in a regional community, I think there is that feeling that everything's sort of happening out here. And I think community sentiment is that, you know, it'd be nice to have some of that responsibility taken on in urban areas as well. And I know you did talk about that power network, but can you just talk us through a little bit more what that would look like in practice, any barriers to getting that started? I think you said you're still waiting for approval from the regulator, but how you see that also assisting in terms of, I guess, renewables across the state.
Sure. So the Community Power Network is a proposal we put forward to the AER for their sandboxing mechanism, which is a way that new ideas and new concepts can be tested out. And so the current stage we're at is it's just finished, public consultation is just closed, and the AER now in the phase of deliberating as to what their answer will be to our proposal. But to explain what the proposal is, the idea is to use lots of locally placed batteries in a zone or two of our network to encourage maximum usage of roof space, and it's in particular aimed at what we call commercial and industrial roof space. So if you fly into Sydney and look out the window, you'll see an awful lot of those warehouses don't have anything on the roof. Or if they do have solar on the roof, it's a tiny strip of about 100 kilowatts, which is just there to power the office and a few of the lights. It's quite stark that you see some major warehouses, major industrial buildings, and then next door there are apartment blocks where we know there are an awful lot of renters, and we know that those people are currently excluded. So, you know, rooftop solar is a great success story for Australia, but if you live in an apartment, if you're on a low-income family, you have no access to solar at the moment, rooftop solar. So the idea of the Community Power Network is to maximise available roof space in the area, create an ability to absorb the power generated and then redirect it so that all people in the zone of our network benefit, not just those who can afford or have access to a roof to put rooftop solar on. And we think that if we kind of reached a good level of potential in a zone, we could generate about 30% of what the zones would need in terms of energy. So that would obviously take a bit of pressure off what needs to be generated outside the cities and suburbs going forward.
Yeah, no, and I think, again, that's a fairly sort of universal sentiment when we've been having the regional hearings, particularly people feeling a bit like, as I said, it's all the generations out here, so if there's an urban element to be able to do it, I think that's really encouraging. So good luck with hopefully getting that up and running if that pans out. And then I guess my other question for now is probably to both sort of Ausgrid and Transgrid, just in terms of that community engagement piece, because again, that's been quite a significant theme, probably more so with proponents of individual projects than necessarily transmission networks. But I guess in terms of what does best practice look like with community engagement from your perspectives, and are there things that could be in place even in terms of government or departmental assistance that would make that process smoother in your opinion?
Maybe I'll let my colleague...
And I'm happy for any or all of you to answer.
Thank you. Look, my philosophy when it comes to community engagement is you need to find people, good engaged people that are very familiar with your business, and just give them the space and the time to have deep and meaningful engagements with the people that are impacted by the projects. Now that sounds simple, but it's actually incredibly complex. What that means is we've actually had to stand up a team. Some people were redirected from different parts of our organisation. We did also hire some new people, but we've had to build a team that's there and based in the community that is ready to engage on the project in all the places where the community will be. It's not as simple as, having a stall in the middle of town and waiting for people to arrive. We actually need to take that team to the places where the people will be. That means we're there for all of the various community events. We're hosting online forums, we're knocking on doors, we're having one-on-one engagements with individuals. And it's not as simple as bringing just the community consultation people, but we're also involving our operational and project management people in that journey as well. So that when a landowner has a question about what construction will be like, or is it possible to slightly change your design in a way that can be a little bit more amenable to our use of the property, we've got the people that are there in that engagement that are able to answer those questions. I might tell a story of a great example that we have on the Hunter Central Coast project. There's a particular stretch of the project that we saw a lot of community and landowner risk, given that in the space of 3 properties there was a winery and a wedding chapel. What that meant was we did a lot of planning before we actually knocked on those doors and had that engagement. Our people prepared a list of different potential options for how we could have delivered the project through those properties. We had a list of about 4 or 5 different options, so that when we knocked on that door and had those conversations and engaged with those landowners, we almost had a menu list of items that landowner could select from. And because we had the operational and project management people in those conversations, when the landowner said, well, I kind of like this part of option C, but I also like this other part of option D, we had the people that were there that were able to augment those solutions in a way that we could actually deliver that had a great win-win both for the landowner and our ability to deliver the project.
Yeah, happy to add to kind of that. And I guess the approach, very similar to what Ausgrid's taking, is very much a place-based approach. And Transgrid's definitely adopted a very similar philosophy. We've really identified that being in line with what the and participating in the national guidelines for community engagement and prioritising face-to-face engagement and having people from community to really have these deep conversations creates a better understanding for us to understand on the impacts of community that our transition projects actually do have. So we take a lot of time to engage with community on their time, in their way, by really kind of adjusting our engagement approach accordingly. Engagement is a formal process, and we're making sure that we've got the right information for them at the right time and involving them in the process from the early design and concepts right through into delivery and then into operations and maintenance. Because for Transgrid, the relationships with these landowners are integral for us, because not just through the construction period, but also the operations and maintenance, they're living with our assets, they're living with our easements. And we put a very strong emphasis on the code of conduct that we will do in how we will behave in interacting with them. We're very transparent about that. We've been very transparent in our process of decision making, understanding the reasons and justifications for projects, but also how we can build those relationships effectively from the beginning of a project in concept design right through to maintaining that relationship with the landowner through operations and maintenance. So we take it very, very much as a large part of our role in the community is continuing that engagement and adjusting our engagement through the different life cycles of the project to make sure that we are giving the community what they need to understand through that process, and they understand how they can influence and change the project accordingly to their feedback and input.
I don't know, Mr. Just obviously your projects, there's you're replacing one that was already there, but in terms of, I guess, community information about what you're doing and how that might be different, is that something that you've engaged with?
Yeah, sure. We actually contact objectors and ask them if they want to come and see us, and we try to do as much community engagement as we can. Costa runs a community engagement matter. We've talked about having open days at the power station for people. I don't know whether Costa, you've got more to add, really.
No, the invitation has been out there for community to come and understand a little bit more about it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we didn't get very much interest.
Okay.
Even when we officially invited people over, we received a letter saying, no, we're not.
Yeah. Well, maybe because there was infrastructure there beforehand, maybe it's not as contentious as some of the others, perhaps. But
At least for them to understand what we are trying to do.
Sure.
And the options available to us going forward. You know, we need to explain how that is also a renewable energy option. So we will welcome, again, it's an open invitation to anybody to come and visit and understand how we do it, why we're doing it, and the benefits to the community and to the grid.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'll let someone else. Thanks, Chair.
Miss Boyd has a hand up online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for coming along and giving us evidence today. I think we've heard a lot from the community about just, I guess, the importance of the how when we are doing these renewable rollouts. There's not, from my perspective, there's not a sort of a huge opposition to the idea of renewables. It's more about the way that renewables are being rolled out and the manner in which community are being consulted, etc. There's been quite a lot of focus on government in relation to that and Energy Co, but also you play a really big role in ensuring that these things are done in a way that does bring the community sort of on board. And in that light, I wanted to just touch, if I could ask Ausgrid a couple of questions. There's been a couple of reports just this month that have been a bit concerning around Ausgrid. The first one has been in relation to the cutting of safety inspectors and cutting costs on safety inspections, which would put workers in particular at risk as well as consumers. I understand that there was a report commissioned that Ausgrid had that showed that it was actually cheaper to injure workers and pay them out than it would be to conduct those inspections. That is a pretty big accusation. Did you want to respond to that today?
Yeah, so if I take that safety inspector's point and give a bit of background. So historically, Ausgrid had a team of inspectors who would go all the way through into covering in all sorts of buildings, and it actually overlapped with what the building inspectorate was meant to do. And there was a lot of bureaucracy and duplication of who should be doing what. So as part of that, we took a review of what we're doing in that space, and it was clear that there was we were adding extra layers of bureaucracy, which was actually slowing down people's connections, and especially like townhouses, other sorts of dwellings, small buildings. And it was a sort of legacy that had hung over from us from quite a while away. So part of that review, we examined what other networks in New South Wales were doing. And Endeavour, since about 2016, has not actually been doing this level of inspection for the smaller buildings, because that is the purview of the building inspectorate. So we have decided to adjust our approach to match that of Endeavour, and that is the result of why we changed our inspection programme. Just to be very, very clear, our network inspection teams, which is where our really critical focus is on network safety, that remains unchanged. It's just the level of inspection for connections sort of behind the meter into buildings, so things like townhouses, other small properties. That's what's been changed, and that's what's resulted in the change in the size of the team taking that, doing that work. And in terms of safety for the customers, those buildings are still being inspected, but it's being done by the building inspectorate, not by Ausgrid.
So just to clarify, that report that you received then, that's been reported in the media as saying that it was cheaper to actually injure workers and pay them out than to run the inspections yourself. Do you have an official response to that? That's pretty damning.
I'd say that report has been, elements of that report have been taken out of context. That report was used as part of the consultation to understand how we should proceed and go forward. And it was one input into the decision-making process. As I said, we very much looked at what other networks were doing and matched our approach to that rather than, and so it one input into that into that process. But I would say that elements of that report have been selectively quoted rather than the report looked at in the whole.
So is it your view then that the safety of your workers is, I guess, at the same level now as before you made the decision to cut the inspectors?
Absolutely, because we have not changed how we're approaching network safety. So our workers who are working on the network day in, day out, that element has not been changed. It's just the element that overlapped with where the building inspectorate looks at connections and safety thereof. And actually what we found was it was causing delays and problems for customers because us having duplicative inspections was delaying things with additional forms and so on and so forth. So that was, we feel we end up with a clearer situation so everyone knows who is doing what, and the actual levels of safety from our point of view, from the network side of things, are unchanged.
So when it comes to, for example, the inspectors for proposed community, you've got a proposed community power network, so that would still be something that you would have inspectors for?
So we're still working through the details, but yes, we would be connecting, if we're connecting assets onto the network, which is, we're talking about, say, batteries in the low voltage part of the network in a zone, that would be, that's network connections, and that would be covered by our inspectors who look at network connections.
There's obviously the sort of the pace and quality of the renewables rollout is quite reliant on having a good workforce and being able to attract and retain engineers. There's been a lot of concerns raised about the rate of shocks, particularly for trainees within a number of companies. Do you keep data on sort of the level of shock injuries to your workers and in particular trainees?
Yes, in short we do. We have quite comprehensive safety statistics of all incidents that occur on our network, ranging from those that cause harm right down to those in the category of near misses. We do have comprehensive data for all sections of our internal and external workforce.
Are you able to provide the committee with data, say, sort of over the last 5 years, just showing us the trend of what that looks like in terms of whether that's getting worse or better? Because what we're hearing, at least anecdotally, and what we're hearing from surveys of workers is that it's getting worse and that things are less safe.
Thank you for that question. I actually don't have the data with me here at this moment, but we can take that on notice and provide that following this committee.
If I could ask both companies to do that as well, that would be great. Sorry, Transgrid and Ausgrid. Can I just ask one more question, Chair? Just the other thing that's been in the news, I think maybe this was just today that this was reported, is the enormous Ausgrid profits and $517 million being handed over to shareholders. At the same time, the Australian Energy Regulator increased Ausgrid's operating budget by almost 10%, which the National Electrical and Communication Association chief said is adding about $50 to annual household electricity bills. Obviously, news like that, where people are looking at the massive profits that you're making, and then also looking at the additional amounts that are being put on their bills, particularly when it comes to renewables rollouts, etc. This can sort of threaten the social license again. So again, in that light, what do you say about the idea that that your company is profiting too much and taking too much from consumers and giving it to shareholders?
I think I'd start by saying that Ausgrid is regulated by the AER, so they very much determine the regulated returns we're allowed to take. We are just finished year one of our 5-year regulatory reset that started in July last year, so we're just into year 2 of that. And that's a process that the AER runs every 5 years for us. And the AER is there to make sure that Australian consumers get the level of service from their electricity networks, but it's not overcharged. So it's the networks like ours provide customers with a cost-effective service. And I think I would say that if you look back in time, it's the cost of the distribution network piece, our element has actually gone down in the last decade since the privatisation period. So actually, the element of network charges have decreased. The interesting issue to note, though, is obviously we, as Ausgrid, collect all the network charges. So when people see network charge on their bill, it's not just Ausgrid, it includes Transgrid, it also includes the energy roadmap and other elements in there. So it's when people talk about network charges, you need to see it in the whole, see what else is included in that. I think the final point I would say about the ownership structure, it's important to remember that just under half of Ausgrid is owned by the state of New South Wales. So any dividends, any profits that convert into dividends that flow through to investors, just under half of that goes back to the state treasury for reinvestment wherever the state treasury wants to put that money.
Thank you. I will hand back to the chair, but just to note, when I was talking about trainees before, I did, of course, mean apprentices. Apologies to all of the electricians watching who are being frustrated by that. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Boyd. Can I just quickly go to the issue of jobs and local jobs? Ausgrid, you have some pretty ambitious targets there, 90% local workers, 30% apprentices, 15% across unrepresented groups. Are you able to break that down in terms of how many of those jobs will be permanent, casual, contract, etc., for this project?
I trust you're referring to our industry and Aboriginal participation plan that we essentially proposed as part of our submission to EnergyCo in securing the HCC REZ. As part of that, we looked at our entire workforce, both in the build phase and also in the ongoing O&M phase. And we have bid to EnergyCo, or committed to EnergyCo and the people of New South Wales, that we will ensure through our project to meet those targets that you stated. Those are both O&M and delivery phase. When it comes to the delivery phase, absolutely all of the roles that we employ within Ausgrid will be consistent with our broader workforce. So, for example, we will hire direct apprentices and graduate engineers as a result of winning this project, because Ausgrid has those assets to manage over the long term. Through the build phase, we do have a blended delivery approach that includes both a contracted workforce and our own internal workforce. I think there was a brief comment earlier today around that touched on some of the labour challenges within the broader industry that we're facing, and we recognise that we need a blended approach to deliver this. We've specifically chosen to take some of the more technically complex components and actually source those internally ourselves, and some of the other parts that are less complex but we can give out on bulk to external service providers. We've chosen those delivery partners to support us in the delivery of this project. So our project will have a combination of internal and external, permanent and temporary roles, but in terms of anything that we are hiring specifically for the project, we are putting those people on in permanent roles.
Thank you. I might just jump to Mr. Poole. Just want to get a bit more information around, obviously, what you're proposing. In terms of the biofuel, what is it going to be sourced primarily from in terms to power the plant?
So in the long term, where we want to actually get to is what's called a purpose-grown biomass, and actually be able to use waste from the waste stream. So where we have we finally need the EPA to sign off on that, but we believe the EPA will sign off on that once we've been able to run some trials. So we should be able to take waste from the waste stream. So, for example, whether it's this timber floor or whatever, and some of that can be used elsewhere, but there's a lot of that is wasted and goes to landfill or elsewhere. We should be able to take that. But what we want to end up with is purpose grown. The key part that many people miss is the big breakthrough in purpose grown has been from the Department of Primary Industry, who has been running a 50,000 tree trial, and they can grow what's called a mallee, and you can coppice these mallees. So what you can do is you grow it for 4 years, you coppice it, and in that way you actually get net zero fuel because you've absorbed carbon from the atmosphere, biogenic carbon dioxide, and then you release it. What that will do is over time we'll create a carbon sink, and we believe that we will be able to be the first negative emission generator in our system. So you have to look at it as the Red Bank system. Initially, we are seeking to be able to use, waste from clearings from road and, of course, waste from INS. The issue around INS, when we talk to the Nature Conservation Council, etc., is they acknowledge that our INS is a problem and it needs to be resolved, but is it land clearing or not land clearing, and how do you manage it? And how do we ensure that we don't encourage additional land clearing? So we're looking at caps, and we probably need a whole lot less of that than people actually think we do. So we're looking at how do we do that, whether we do offsets, what's the best thing, so we'll continue to do that. But that will allow us to establish the process, that will allow us to get Red Bank going. Red Bank, as I said, is a 24/7 synchronised generator, and it's a net zero or near net zero station. And then the long-term move from that is that since we started this project, groups like Sany and Volvo are now running electric prime movers, which weren't really available 5 years ago. And we'll obviously run a plan to do that, because it's obviously very logical to be able to charge a battery at Red Bank, have our trucks going to wherever we need to get the fuel from at that point in time, which will eliminate most of the scope 3s.
Okay. And do you have a timeline for when you'd be able to transition to purpose grown?
Yeah, the timeline, or so what the practical reality of it is, for example, is we need to plant, for 1,000 hectares, we will plant 2.5 million seedlings. So the actual part is we talk to the DPI and the CSIRO about a seed bank. So we have to create the seed bank, and then we have to go out and plant that. The modern technology now, there's a group that actually has a automated machine that plants about 27,000 seedlings an hour, and we know they've just planted 2.4 million. So we know it's practically capable of doing it, so we will grow that out. In terms of the timeline, I think if we really want to get to where we want to get to, we'll start to see the first crops within 5 years, ignoring whether we use some initial banana grass, and it will grow out over the next 3 to 4 year period after that.
Okay. And are there any residues or waste products from this process that you'll have in terms of ash, slag or other byproducts, and how would that be handled?
We will have some ash, and I'll hand over to Costa about what we're doing on the ash.
Yeah, the ash is commonly used as a fertilizer or mixed with fertilizers and applied back onto the land. It's not a hazardous substance. Yeah. But approvals will have to be approved first, and then we can utilize it. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Mr. Donnelly?
A couple of questions to Ausgrid, and thank you for the submission. Just on page 2 of the submission, in the third paragraph, there's discussion about more potential than the current 1 gigawatt that could be provided through the HCC REZ in future stages. I'm just wondering, can you please elucidate on what that future potential is beyond the 1 gigawatt that we're looking at the moment?
Thank you. Ausgrid has been undertaking a series of joint planning with both Transgrid and EnergyCo, and we've developed up to 3.7 gigawatts worth of additional solutions in the Hunter Central Coast footprint that we can deliver to connect additional renewable generation capacity beyond the current 1 gigawatt that we're delivering. And these solutions can be delivered in a series of 4 different stages over the sort of next 5 to 10 years. Now, these solutions all repeat the same philosophy that we have with our existing solution, in that they take existing corridors that we currently have through the Hunter, dismantle that infrastructure, and then rebuild within those same corridors high capacity infrastructure. So essentially avoiding the impacting of new communities or new landowners by taking new corridors. Now, these solutions are certainly deliverable upon following on from completion of the current project that we're delivering. And our joint submission, the submission submitted on behalf of Transgrid, Ausgrid and EnergyCo, has been submitted into AEMO and included in their electricity network options report for further consideration, which we hope will ultimately lead to the development of those projects and ultimately them getting turned into a reality.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question, which draws on some of the content, particularly in the final, basically the final paragraph in the submission about the community power network. And I'm wondering, it's been raised earlier in a question, but would you be able to talk about the beneficial results and benefits for energy consumers, and can you explain a bit more about how it works with a bit more specificity, and what kind of savings or expected savings may flow from that?
Sure, I'll take that. So in terms of how it works, the idea is to really drive and encourage rooftop solar in zones of our network. So our network splits up into lots of different zones around the region. So we would encourage as much solar on the roofs as we possibly could, and that would be soaked up in batteries that would be placed in those areas. So we have of differing sizes, but we place those in the area. They would soak up the power during the day and then redistribute that power back at night when we have the evening peak, when people get home from work, school, etc. So that's the sort of basic concept. And the idea is, because we'll be redistributing to everyone in the region, it doesn't matter whether you've got a roof or not, whether you live in an apartment, whether you're a renter, everyone should get a benefit from that. In terms of saving, we've done lots of modelling and looked at how this will work. And we think that when it's up and running in this pilot we're proposing, it will be about $150 to $200 per customer is the approximate saving we are forecasting. And to put that in context, the DMO, or the kind of standard price that gets set for our region by the AER, is about $2,000 per annum for an electricity customer. So it's in the order of about 10% potentially of bills. But there is obviously a lot more work to do to prove it up.
Just finally, just past my colleague, I think, through the chair, about a pilot you mentioned. Are you able to go into a bit more detail about the pilot, or that's just still being worked up at the moment?
So we've proposed two zones, or two areas of our network to the AER. One is Mascot Botany in Sydney, where we have a lot of industrial buildings, a lot of renters, a lot of apartments. So it's very interesting for that equity point I mentioned earlier. The second zone we are proposing is Charmhaven in the Central Coast, which is a slightly different mix. Still got a very high proportion of renters, but it's much more of a kind of a suburb, so less industrial, less in the way of industrial buildings, but more detached houses, but still an awful lot of renters. So again, they are two quite contrasting zones in our network. So we believe they will give the widest range of learnings from a pilot if we're allowed to go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Jarrett, in your submission you mentioned that there is no declared access scheme for the Hunter Central REZ zone, but that Ausgrid is setting aside, is it $5 million for community benefits. How do you think this compares to, say, the amount that would be retained if there was an access scheme similar to other REZs? And do you think, or do you have any views on whether an access scheme would be appropriate or beneficial for the Hunter Central Coast REZ? Sorry, wrong person.
Thanks, Tim. Look, there's quite a lot to that question, so we might try to break that one down in a few chunks. Firstly, when it comes to sort of social benefits programs, I think it's fair to say that all in this room agree that they are a positive thing. Of course, we have the competing priority of trying to keep a downward pressure on the cost of our projects. As part of our Hunter Central Coast REZ, we have submitted, as part of our revenue submission to the AER, and as part of our proposal to EnergyCo, which they accepted, we have included a $5 million social licence benefit fund. That is approximately 1% of our total CapEx cost of the development, something that we felt through a little bit of benchmarking of other projects around the industry that we thought was a prudent size of a social benefit fund. Now, this would consist of essentially employing a person to manage that fund that would have meaningful engagement with the people in the Hunter and Central Coast regions to determine how the community wanted that fund to be spent. and then that person would then effectively execute the delivery of those projects that the community themselves had nominated. We deliver on their behalf.
So can I have a follow-up with that? So in the submission, or you said that it would be co-designed with the community. Has this scheme been approved yet? And has the co-design started? And are councils able to be on board with this as well?
Okay, well, firstly, the last one on the councils, the answer is most definitely. We do expect to engage with the councils to help inform how that social licence fund would be spent. And let me just say, we're certainly not expecting to cut a few checks, sponsor a few buildings, get some names on football shirts, and then wrap it up. We actually expect to do some hard work over the course of the project to administer deep and meaningful benefits that would make a medium to long-term benefit for the community. So definitely there will be engagement with the councils. Sorry, I've forgotten the first part of that question.
Co-designed, and has it started or has it been approved?
Yes. Well, look, unfortunately, the social benefit fund is probably the only part of our revenue submission that the AER have not said that they are likely to accept in full. So we are actually just waiting for the AER to give us certainty as to whether that will or won't be accepted. And look, I've met with people who we have ready to, look, we actually have our plans written and we have the individuals ready to commence that engagement once we get certainty that this will be funding that's made available to us.
And then just one more,
Well, we're already over time, and I do note that Mr. Murphy had one question.
Thanks,
and then we'll break to wrap it
Chair.
up.
I just had a quick question, if I can come back to those community power networks that you were talking about earlier, and it was really just in two parts. I just wondered if you could give us an idea of the size that each of them would be, whether that's geographical or the capacity that's used or the number of households. So how are they going to be envisaged? And then the other thing was just quickly, what's the potential in terms of how much capacity they might free up from the grid if we have these community power networks around the place?
So to take the size question, the two areas we're proposing, the number of customers or households, it will be about 32,000. So it's about, if I remember right, 17,000 in the Mascot Botany area and about 15,000 in the Charmhaven area. Yeah. So it's of that order. In terms of the potential, we think there's definitely potential to generate at least 30% of local energy requirements from local rooftops. So that, as you can imagine, would then take some of the pressure off. You wouldn't need to pull that amount of power through the network, from the transmission, through the distribution network, from other sources. But clearly, the nature of the zones in our network does vary quite considerably in terms of their load, and so we have to think more deeply going forward about that as if it was successful and rolled out. But I think thinking about a kind of a 30% or a third of power requirements being met locally is a good rule of thumb.
And it might work better in somewhere like Mascot than it would in Elizabeth Bay, where there aren't any factories, but there are lots of apartments, for example.
Yeah, and again, that's why it's a pilot and why we're proposing it as a trial to the AER, because there's a lot we would need to test live at scale in the market.
No, thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that concludes our time with you, but I suspect we're going to have some supplementary questions, and you have taken some questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch with regards to those. But thank you all for your time today. We'll now bring forward our next witnesses.
Thank you.
now welcome our next witnesses. So starting with Mr. Page on my left, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Justin Page, Coordinator at the Hunter Jobs Alliance. Affirmation: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Murray?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Matthew Murray. I'm a seafarer representing the Maritime Union of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hey, James Miranda, Policy and Research Officer at the ETU. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just Mr. Edwards online.
Yep, so my name's Tom Edwards. I'm the Research and Policy Officer at Unions New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would anyone like to make a short opening statement, starting with Mr. Page?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and the committee members. The Hunter Jobs Alliance strongly supports the renewable energy zones as a cornerstone of the New South Wales clean energy future. REZs offer enormous opportunities for regional jobs, economic growth and a sustainable energy transition. At the same time, the success of the REZ depends on ensuring that local communities benefit fully and are supported through the process. We note and support a number of the committee's interim report recommendations, particularly conducting independent cumulative impact studies to understand and manage the effects of REZ developments, strengthening community engagement and social impact assessments, and providing mental health supports to affected landowners, and identifying ecological protection and restoration priorities, ensuring developers contribute to nature-positive outcomes. At the same time, our submissions highlight additional considerations to ensure REZs deliver real benefits. For example, maximising local workforce participation through targeted training programs and apprenticeships, building a sustainable talent pipeline in regional communities, ensuring equitable economic outcomes by supporting local businesses, regional supply chains and infrastructure investment, and establishing transparent ongoing consultation mechanisms, including community liaison committees to maintain trust and social cohesion. Strategic coordination planning across multiple REZs to align infrastructure, manage cumulative impacts and support councils and communities. In short, the Hunter Jobs Alliance believes that REZs can deliver jobs, growth and clean energy, but only if they can combine strong community engagement, local economic participation, environmental responsibility and strategic planning. By integrating the committee's recommendations with these additional measures, we can ensure REZs truly benefit rural and regional New South Wales. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge that we're meeting on Aboriginal land here in Singleton today and pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging. The Maritime Union of Australia welcome the opportunity to make a submission to this inquiry and to appear before the committee today. I acknowledge the 14,000 Australian maritime workers that I've been asked to represent before you today. I'm a merchant seafarer myself, and I'm a proud rank and file member of the MUA. I currently work on an Australian flag transshipment bulk carrier in northwestern Western Australia, where I work a 6-week swing on a ship that loads magnetite into very large other ships. I very much support our union's strong advocacy towards the establishment of an offshore wind industry for the jobs and opportunities it will bring for our community here in the Hunter. For context for committee members, MUA members currently handle components for onshore renewable energy in our ports. The MUA is a member of the ITF's Offshore Wind Task Force, which coordinates the work of unions representing workers in offshore wind globally. MUA members will work in offshore renewable energy onboard vessels, installing wind offshore wind turbines, on maintenance vessels, and in offshore wind port terminals, handling offshore wind components being prepared for installation at sea. We'll also be deeply involved in the decommissioning of offshore wind projects if and when that time comes. The MUA strongly supported the designation of the renewable energy zones in the Hunter and the Illawarra due to the potential for offshore wind in both of these areas. We've been actively involved in the consultation processes that were part of formally declaring each offshore wind area, representing the view of thousands of members and their families and our communities. We stand to benefit from the development of offshore wind through both the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and through the billions of dollars of investments and jobs that the offshore wind sector will bring to regional areas. We support the development of offshore renewable energy in Australia as it has the potential to create quality jobs for maritime workers that will last long into the future, especially those of us working in coal export ports, coal-fired power stations, and in the offshore oil and gas industry. The development of offshore renewable energy must be used as an opportunity to deliver a just transition to energy workers and to our communities. We also support the designation of renewable energy zones due to the need to take action to address climate change. Our members have been on the front lines of horrifying rescues from fires and floods. Increasing numbers of days with extreme temperature and exposure to bushfire smoke affects us on the job. We understand the need to limit global heating to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The urgency of the climate crisis means that we must take full advantage of the opportunity to build offshore renewable energy in our regions. Offshore wind will provide the renewable energy to keep regional manufacturing and energy-intensive industries operating long into the future. This means an economic injection into regions across the country that depend on well-paid union jobs that we all know lead to stronger local economies. Along with the current advocacy towards creating an Australian strategic shipping fleet with the Commonwealth, the creation of an offshore wind sector has the capacity to contribute greatly towards a re-strengthening of our very proud Australian maritime and shipping industry. Thank you.
Mr. Miranda.
Thank you for having me today. I'm here on behalf of the Electrical Trades Union of New South Wales and the ACT. We represent over 15,000 electrical workers, including the Sparkies that will be responsible for building a lot of the renewables that we're here talking about today, as well as the transmission lines and supporting infrastructure. The 5 renewable energy zones across New South Wales represent one of the biggest job creation opportunities for our members in decades, and as such, we have embraced the opportunity of this transition with 2 hands. The Renewable Energy Sector Board plan, developed in close collaboration between unions and the previous government, sets out clear guidelines for how we can make sure that each REZ creates good jobs, local apprenticeships, and opportunities for developing regional manufacturing and supply chains. These renewable energy zones also present a challenge, though. The remote nature of those construction sites opens them up for all sorts of worker exploitation and unsafe practices without an active cop on the beat to make sure that standards are being followed. We welcome the opportunity to speak with the committee today about some of the structural challenges standing in the way of regional workers and communities reaping the maximum benefit from these renewable energy zones, and discuss how we can make sure that local workers get the most out of the upcoming transition.
Mr. Edwards, online.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. With the right policy settings, renewable energy zones could create thousands of well-paid and secure regional jobs, facilitate an upskilling of the New South Wales workforce, and reinvigorate domestic manufacturing. But there are actions we must take now if we are to secure the benefits for regional communities. Government procurement can be either strategic in creating benefits or stuck on autopilot. The first will deliver for working people, the second continues to fail them. A recent example of what can go wrong with procurement is in Nowra, where the New South Wales government in January announced 128 new buses would be made in a town with an unemployment rate almost double the New South Wales average. But contrary to the announcement, the bus manufacturer had already applied for a DA stating there will be no welding, no cutting, and no painting on site. In reality, the majority of the buses will arrive almost fully assembled from overseas. This is occurring repeatedly in New South Wales, but we don't want it to be the story of renewable energy zones. We support the official plan from the Renewable Energy Sector Board to maximise local content in the REZs. But what actually transpires on the ground is contained within tenders that aren't publicly available. We want the government to support the local businesses that provide safe, secure and well-paid local jobs to make successful tenders. That's why the New South Wales Union Movement has repeatedly welcomed the Minns government's 2023 state election commitment to legislate the New South Wales Jobs First Commission as a critical step towards rebuilding domestic manufacturing, supporting local jobs and ensuring ethical and sustainable procurement practices. The Renewable Energy Sector Board's plan, if fulfilled, can provide up to $1.3 billion of net economic benefits and 13,400 job years between 2020 to 2041 from local content. But to bring this to fruition, we need enforcement from a strong Jobs First Commission. We continue to urge the New South Wales Government to make good on its promise to New South Wales taxpayers and our regional communities for a properly funded Jobs First Commission, which can help oversee development in the renewable energy zones. Thank you.
Thank you. I might throw to the government for questions.
Yeah, happy to start. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for coming along and giving your important evidence today. I might just start with Mr. Miranda. You mentioned the Renewable Energy Sector Board in your opening statement. How's that going, that board? What's the operation of it like, and is it something that's been working so far?
Yeah, so our branch secretary, Alan Hicks, is one of the co-chairs of the sector board. So we've been very active from the moment of its inception up to now, participating in that. The feedback that I've gotten from him on the way that the board has been operating since contracts have started being signed by the state government is that, so the sector board developed a plan. It has requirements for minimum number of apprenticeships, local workers, supply chain involvement from New South Wales-based suppliers. The way that it's been put into practice is that those are given to developers, and when they apply for an LTESA or for access rights, they have to sort of present how well they think they can perform against those guidelines. When the reporting gets back to the sector board though, because those end up being embedded as contract conditions, they're subject to commercial in confidence, and there isn't any real transparency with the board as to which projects are compliant with those requirements, which projects aren't. It's all presented as sort of aggregated data with no sort of specificity and no way to actually let the sector board keep track of what's happening. On top of that, there's no real enforcement mechanism underpinning the sector board's plan. So even if it basically comes down to what's in those contracts, and no one knows what's in those contracts. So there could be enforcement, but we don't know. And it'll just come down to probably a monetary thing in the contracts with the state government. So I would say they're probably not performing as well as the original vision that we had for the sector board was.
So
there's definitely a lot more room to get them more actively involved, yeah.
Okay. And just on a different issue, there are an enormous number of workers, particularly from the ETU, that are going to be involved in rolling out all of this infrastructure. How many of those workers are regionally based?
Yeah, so we've had a massive skill shortage in electrical trades for about 30 years now. So I think it's safe to say we're not going to find all of the sparkies that we need in these regional communities. There are going to be people coming in from metro areas and even possibly other states or from internationally. The government has developed guidelines and worked with councils on ways to get worker housing built. Although one of the things we raised through that process of developing those guidelines is they're actually required to be temporary housing. You have to go through a whole separate process and a whole heap of extra hoops if you want to build permanent housing as part of that. And the argument we've been making is we've got a housing crisis. There's lots of people moving to the regions from the cities as well, so housing stock is falling short in the regions as well. If we took this opportunity to build permanent housing, house the workers in it over the construction phase, and then give that housing back to communities, whether it's through the councils or some other means, you're creating a whole heap of other benefits for the local communities out of the construction process for the renewables. So yeah, there will be hundreds, if not thousands of
And some
workers.
of those people might stay.
Yeah,
and live
exactly.
in those regional communities.
Yeah. We hope that some of those people do want to stay and sort of continue working in those communities, whether it's an ongoing operations role on a renewables project or setting up a small business and becoming a contractor in those communities. But by sort of forcing the developers to build temporary housing and saying you need extra permits if you want to keep this standing for longer than 5 or 10 years, you're just completely cutting the legs out of that.
Really should be the other way around.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for that. And Mr. Murray, in your opening statement, you talked about the enormous number of jobs available from offshore wind, and also in the context of, well, you've got jobs that are going to be lost as we transition out of coal. Can you just give me some idea? Do you know how many jobs we're talking about in a sort of typical offshore wind facility? How many people would be involved in the construction that would be members of the MUA potentially?
You'd definitely have hundreds of maritime workers engaged in construction of an offshore wind facility, hundreds, and then dozens, if not also hundreds, of direct jobs for those projects ongoing.
In the ongoing maintenance
yeah,
part of it? And then what about in the decommissioning?
And supporting them as well. Decommissioning, I mean, our union's done a lot of incredible work on the opportunities of decommissioning, and I think there was a report recently released that says that there's $20 billion worth of job capacity within the decommissioning industry for the offshore oil and gas industry alone. Yeah. So there's potential. There's
and
hundreds.
They're jobs where you've got people who are using a skill set right now in relation to coal that would be transferable straight over to this type of work, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, the ship that I'm on right now is a great example. The cargo's magnetite, but it has a conveyor belt system on board the ship, and we can't get fitters on that ship. There's jobs out there, $160,000 a year to be a fitter on the ship that I work on, and they currently can't get them. That goes to Mr. Miranda's comments of, there's a critical, need to meet these skills.
Yeah.
So I think, transferring from a power station or one of those sectors transfers directly into maritime. There's certainly very transferable skills from power stations into seafaring. Definitely. There's an opportunity for thousands of jobs. If you look at the strategic fleet coupled with offshore wind and the support, you look at the work of the Port of Newcastle to diversify the port with their renewable energy projects that they're looking to expand upon. The future's very bright for the Australian maritime industry when in decades past, it's maybe been less so bright. So we see a really fantastic opportunity. That's why we're, really embracing the idea of offshore wind.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Page, and thank you for the submissions. They're very helpful and the opportunity to ask you some additional questions today. With the 100 Job Alliance, I'm just wondering, it'd be helpful, I think, well, for me anyway, to give us or provide an overview of the way in which you have found you've been able to engage in this whole new evolving area. I mean, obviously the Alliance has a number of affiliated organisations from the labour movement and others. How are you finding that you're able to use the word cut through and be able to engage with the relevant bodies and agencies and departments? And the follow-up is that if you are having difficulties, how do you think they could be addressed?
Yeah, thank you. So 100 Jobs Alliance, we have 9 union affiliates and 4 environmental affiliates, so a unique organisation which gives us great capacity with our affiliates for engagement. In terms of engagement with government bodies, it has been more difficult with New South Wales to actually engage, but we've had some really good engagement at a national level. If you look at the net zero economy agencies now in the Hunter, working on the Eraring power station closure, that engagement's been a lot easier. So I think there is definitely room for improvement. We had troubles initially engaging with Energy Co around a number of the projects that were happening, but we've since formed some better relationships in the last year and have had some good ongoing engagement there. But I will say it was difficult in the first couple of years. With other government bodies, I think we're trying to really engage now with Regional New South Wales. I think they've renamed that department, but one of the main areas we're trying to have engagement there is around the Future Jobs and Investment Authority. We see great benefit in having an authority, but we have some concerns around the initial proposal, and we had some strong views about that. We've had one consultation meeting around what the legislation might look like for the Future Jobs and Investment Authority. Again, I had to go seeking that engagement. It didn't come to us, but we still have some concerns. So there's a mixed response to your question around engagement with different bodies, and that's one of the challenges where you've got federal bodies, you've got state bodies, but if we look at the transition across the Hunter, it needs engagement across all of those bodies and governments and departments to get the best outcomes.
And can I take you to submission? And in your submission, you have 9 recommendations. I'm just wondering, are there any in particular that you'd like to draw to our attention? Because part of the work that we'll come to at the conclusion of the inquiry will develop recommendations, and we can't predict what they're going to be, but you've listed 9. Are there any particular ones that you'd like to draw to our attention and perhaps add some additional information to?
Yeah, I think as these renewable energies and the transition evolves, I think one of the key things is around the community benefits. Listening to some of the evidence from Ausgrid and Transgrid before us, it's one of our key views, and it's evolved over time as these projects roll out, and in the Hunter we haven't got to that stage yet, but one of the things that's become clear is for communities to get the best benefits if we have pooled arrangements versus developers handling the community benefits themselves. I was a bit concerned. Ausgrid was saying, they're going to dedicate one person to manage the community benefits. Well, I think communities, and especially in the Hunter, we've got 10 councils across the Hunter and Central Coast to manage and get the best outcomes. These transmission lines will go across Muswellbrook, Singleton, Cessnock Council down to the Central Coast. I think, and as the projects roll out, you've got the Ausgrid transmission lines going to be first, and the Hunter Transmission Power Project, and then the renewable projects will all come in over the top. I think we're going to get the best outcomes with a pooled arrangement where the communities have control of that versus the proponents. So that'd be one of the key things we'd be advocating for. There's been a number of reports and studies done on that recently. So there's some good evidence there and some models to actually draw across. And the other ones is the local content. I think it's others in their submissions. We kind of all have the same concerns as about how do we actually maximise local contents, local supply chains, those benefits. And again, if proponents or developers are working in isolation, we're not going to get the best outcomes. So, we've seen one of the key things of an authority is actually to play that coordination role about what are the projects that are coming up, what are the skills required that are in that we're looking ahead out in front on what's coming, not when the project's awarded and now we're looking to try and say we need X amount of electricians, we need X amount of fitters and those trades. We need that authority body to be forward-looking, forward-focused on what's the skills and that coming and needed, and working with the developers, investors, to prioritise that and have forward thinking versus it all lands on our lap and then we can't find the skills and labour to actually address it.
No, thank you.
Ms Mitchell?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you all for your evidence so far and your submissions. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about what you've all sort of touched on, which is making sure that the jobs, the employment benefits, but also those opportunities, I guess, for manufacturing as well, so going a bit beyond. I actually just wanted to start with one to Mr. Edwards. I didn't quite hear, partly probably because of the connection, but just you were talking about the example of the buses in Nowra and how that was an example of where that local content probably wasn't done well. Can you just talk to that a little bit more, but also what, I guess, government should learn from that and how they could do that better coming into, say, a renewable example, please?
Yeah, sure. So look, this is primarily a case study from the AMWU, who represent the bus manufacturing workers. But look, my understanding from that, and hopefully you can hear me all right. If you can't, feel free to let me know. There was an announcement, there was a media release from the New South Wales government in January about 128 new buses to be made in Nowra. I think Nowra's got about a 9-point-something unemployment rate, which is about double the state average. Now, if we look at the development application to Shoalhaven Council from that was made before that announcement, that DA actually states that there'd be no welding, no cutting on site at all, and no painting. So what we've really ended up with is the vast majority of those buses arriving pretty much fully assembled from overseas. There's been additional media reports about the use of prison labour as well for the construction of those buses, which is problematic in a location with that sort of unemployment rate. What can the government learn? I think what we need to learn is just leaving things on autopilot isn't enough. We need strategic procurement policy that drills down into the local areas, the local opportunities, and has a strong enforcer through the Jobs First Commission, which is a promise of the state government, and we'd like to see that properly funded.
Okay, and then I guess probably taking that to the rest of the witnesses too, that sort of guarantee around when, a particular project is approved, or if there's, that local component, making sure that that's part of the discussion from the very beginning, that that's not an oversight. Would that be an important consideration?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And then the issue too around the skill sets, and I was interested in what you said, Mr. Murray, in terms of, the position on your boat, which is high paying but difficult to fill. Do you think in terms of agencies working together, that pathway for, I guess, school leavers, but also those who might be transitioning, say, from working in, the coal industry around here into renewables, what are the sort of gaps there that maybe we could make some recommendations around in terms of that job readiness and preparedness, and also maybe getting, current high school students thinking about careers in this space? Do you think there's something in there that we could look to recommend? Happy for any or all of you to answer that.
Yeah, definitely. I think just from my perspective as, I guess, just a worker on a ship and what I've seen in different sectors of our industry, I think there's just great opportunity there. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think there would be an opportunity, like Mr. Page kind of outlined, to if you could coordinate it better to look at it sort of more holistically and more into the future, then I think that just benefits people. Because if something like offshore wind, if it does come to fruition and it does become a viable industry off the Hunter Coast, I mean, that's going to be a big project, and we're going to need a lead time to ensure that we have enough well-trained seafarers and maritime workers, particular to my sector, to be able to fulfil the construction and the running of something like a Hunter offshore wind zone, But I think, Mr. Page.
Yeah, did you want to?
Yeah, I think all the work that we've done, what we've what's evident is the workers in coal-fired power stations and coal mines can't see what the skills they need are coming. Yeah. They don't have visibility of what the projects, the timelines are, and let alone what skills are in it. I mean, we've got our traditional trades like electricians and fitters, which are still going to be needed. But for those non-skilled areas as well, that's about them, what skills do I need to pick up when a project around offshore wind or solar manufacturing or building a solar farm comes up. That's the piece they don't have visibility of. And in our view, that's the role of these transition authorities, the Net Zero one and the Future Jobs, so the federal and the state-based one, can play a significant role in working with the developers and saying, what skills do you need, what's the number you need, and when do you require them? So we're giving those workers a forecast of what they can actually do. We've got now the TAFE Centres of Excellence established. We've got one in the Hunter.
Yeah, we were there yesterday having a look around.
So again, about feeding into the TAFE Centre of Excellence is that these new technologies, offshore wind, hydrogen, whether they come at some stage, hopefully, but again, looking ahead and developing those programs, that's the bit that the workers in these existing industries don't currently have that we need to work on.
Yeah. Can I ask Mr Miranda for you, and you in your opening submission talked a little bit about structural challenges and potential worker exploitation as well. Can you just talk to that a little bit more and I guess what some of the concerns are and maybe some of the solutions too?
Yeah, it's not unique to the renewables industry. Any sort of remote construction site like that, you can run into those sorts of issues a lot of the time. So it's just about making sure that, I guess, for us as a union, we've got the resources going out to do those checks, but also making sure that agencies like Safe Work, like the Building Commission as far as electrical licensing compliance goes, we'd love to see, like I mentioned in my response to one of Cameron Murphy's questions, the fact that there's these requirements that are supposedly in the contracts to meet certain conditions, but if we go out there and we see, for example, there are no apprentices on a site and they're meant to have 20% of the trades workforce, who do we tell that to? Who do we report it to? So having, I don't know whether it's Energy Co or which agency needs to have that sort of function there, but having someone who's actually responsible for making sure that there is compliance with the community engagement and community benefits side of things as well.
And maybe that's a broader package across all of the projects in terms of employment percentages, local content, the manufacturing, all of that oversight, and I guess it's really who's best placed to do that.
All of the requirements are there under the sector board plan, so even if you sort of got the board itself to work out an enforcement strategy or something through that mechanism, we'd definitely be massively supportive, and we think it would make a huge difference.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
If I could just, on the skills portability stuff, I think having government sort of play a role in between businesses and the workers is massively important there. You can have 20 developers setting up their little tents in a park with community info days. You're not going to reach the same amount of people as you could, and you're not getting that scale that you would if everyone knows, okay, I want a job somewhere down the line in renewables. I don't know where to go, what I need. This is the one-stop shop government agency. They'll put you in touch with someone who can get you a job and get you that training, as opposed to having to go out and seek it out, and you might try a few and they're not hiring at the time and lose faith or get frustrated and you lose people to that. If you have a one-stop shop that's coordinated by the government, that's accountable and is able to sort of connect people that way, I think you'll see a real difference.
Thank you.
Ms Hurst online, I believe.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair. And just to alert you as well, because I know you guys don't have any visuals, but Abigail Boyd's online too. I think she's got a hand up as well. I've just got a couple of quick questions, and thank you all for your time today. Mr. Justin Page, your submission raises concern about the structural shortage of skilled workers remaining in critical roadblock to the development of the REZs. Can you talk a bit about how you think the New South Wales government should actually be addressing this, while also ensuring that we're making sure that it's also supporting local jobs as well? How do we find that balance?
Yeah, as I've previously outlined, I think one of the key ways to do that is these authorities, and at a federal level and a state level, and that being coordinated and working together and understanding, what that pipeline of work is and what the infrastructure coming online and the timing of that. We think that's the bodies that play that central role. And again, but I think what's lagging is the federal body, the Net Zero Economy, is up and running. It's doing its first major project around Eraring. As I said, we've had some good engagement with them, and we've certainly outlined to them, our view of the role they should play. One of the concerns with that federal body is it only covers coal-fired power stations and the directly related coal mines. So for the Hunter Valley, what that means is 90% of our coal mines in the Hunter don't fall under the purview of the energy jobs plan within the Net Zero Economy bill, the federal bill. And again, so our submissions around the Future Jobs and Investment Authority is that if you've got the federal body looking at the coal-fired power stations and those directly related coal mines, it would make sense for the state body to focus on the export coal mines within the Hunter Valley, which is 90% of them. But again, it will take coordination between both of them and then other government agencies like DEWA, Department of Employment, Workplace Relations at a federal level, and whatever that equivalent is at a state level. It needs coordination around all those federal and state government bodies and agencies.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, I know that you're online. I know that wasn't from your submission, but I just wondered if you also had an opinion about that, about making sure we're supporting local jobs, but also making sure that there are enough skilled workers to actually ensure that the timely development of these REZ projects.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Hurst. In terms of meeting the workforce challenges, I think it might be useful for the committee to have a look into the Renewable Energy Sector Board's plan regarding gender equity. So in August, the board published a new addendum for new targets for employment for women in the REZs, so 4% of the trades workforce and 7% of the project workforce in non-traditional roles. So, unlocking that workforce would be very beneficial. But there's also things that need to be done to actually enable that, to make that work attractive for women workers. So, for example, adopting workplace entitlements and programs that support gender equity, like enforceable anti-harassment and discrimination clauses, access to flexible and secure jobs, and inclusivity and diversity training as well. In addition to that, I'd just refer to the recommendations of the Australian Workers Union to this inquiry, which was to expand and protect portable long service leave to REZ workers. These are all strategies to try and make the work more attractive.
Thank you. And back just quickly to Mr. Page, you highlight in your submission that there's been community opposition and that there's been recognised significant barriers to the development of renewable energy across Australia. What do you think the New South Wales government could be doing better to combat that opposition and actually address those community concerns?
I think one of the main things we've seen was that there was no credible voice giving credible information around the renewable energy projects. If we look at offshore wind, for example, rightly or wrongly, the federal government basically said to the developers, don't go and engage with the community at this stage until you award licenses. So that what that left is a massive communications gap. So the misinformation was allowed to propagate and expand, and these Facebook groups grew, and there was the proponents weren't able to give the credible information, and the government didn't give the credible information back. So I think we need to give those proponents and those developers the voice early in these project stages, to actually clarify what exactly they're going to do, what the project looks like, how they're going to address environmental concerns, how they're going to address local content. That needs to happen a lot quicker in these projects to have that credible information and the factual information come out. That's been the significant gap that we've seen in the rollouts so far.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Might ask a couple before I... Yeah, well, I might ask a couple before we might throw back to Ms Boyd or yourself, Ms McDonald. Just to the unions to begin with, a lot of conversations obviously around jobs, and obviously there's a difference between the short-term jobs in construction and then what happens to those jobs afterwards. Have any of your organisations done modelling in what the conversion rate would be? Obviously the idea would be to try and keep some of these people in the regions, but they're not all going to turn out to be sole trader or electricians. You know, the market's not there for all of them to do that. So has your organisations done any modelling on what the conversion rate would be from the initial construction jobs to how many would be retained in the community in a permanent fashion?
I'll take on notice like a proper conversion rate, because I'm sure we have that detail somewhere. Most of there's going to be a lot more jobs in construction than operations and maintenance, to put it simply. We've been working a lot with some of the delivery agencies and departments to try and make sure that we're sequencing the construction phase so that you're able to have basically the same sort of core group of construction workers just going right the way from project to project, and you're not sort of having people constantly coming in and out and all the disruption that comes with that. So I think sequencing the construction projects, if you do that right, you're going to have a good 5-10 years of possibly even more of constant construction phase where you're keeping those workers in, and it essentially becomes a long-term job. But yeah, moving forward, the operations and maintenance, I think you only sort of get a handful, 5 or 10 ongoing positions on a lot of the renewables, particularly solar. I know wind's generally more labour intensive in the ops and maintenance phase, and storage is actually I think one of the better ones for converting to permanent jobs.
Mr Murray?
In terms of our industry, we're a little bit unique, I guess. I mean, I don't have specific figures for you, Chair, right now, but what I would point to is, I guess, the offshore oil and gas industry, particularly in WA, also in the Bass Strait, in that our members, there's a requirement for vessels to be alongside oil and gas projects, so there's constantly platform supply vessels. There's a lot of construction jobs, but we have ongoing jobs involved with anything offshore. You know, we'll be the crews that take the workers out to maintain offshore wind, for example. There will always be waterside workers involved when we're importing components. A lot of vessels, so we see it as a good opportunity. I think just the concept that you'll put in some offshore wind turbines and leave them to just kind of sit out there by themselves is definitely not something that will occur at all. There'll be a lot of maritime workers involved for the entire, there will be a lot of construction jobs, but there'll be ongoing maritime worker jobs for the entire life cycle of those projects.
Okay. And given some of the comments from the state government and their agency, like that, when Energy Co came before us in the Sydney hearing, they seemed to distance themselves on offshore wind. They sort of said, no, that's a federal issue. We're watching the technology. We don't think it's there at the moment. And then state government ministers came down to the Illawarra and all they wanted to talk about was rooftop solar, once again sort of distancing themselves from offshore wind. And we know the developers have walked away from the Illawarra at the moment. There aren't any credible developers forward. What would that mean in terms of your members if offshore wind didn't eventuate in one or two of those REZs?
For sure. I mean, it'd certainly be disappointing if it, didn't come to fruition whatsoever. But I think there's we're definitely disappointed in that it's not advancing right now. You know, I'd love to be sitting on one of those platform supply vessels right now myself. You know, I wouldn't have to travel an entire day to go and join a ship in Dampier in Western Australia. I'd love nothing more than to join a ship in the Port of Newcastle, 10 minutes from my house, and sit in the Port of Newcastle until I retire. You know, that would be fantastic. But I think we're also buoyed by the fact that it's not completely written off. You know, the federal minister has said, look, you know, it is disappointing from his perspective, but now we'll use it as an opportunity to explore it for, you know, a little bit more in depth. And it's not just unions that are advocating for it as well. You know, I noted that Business Hunter, they shared our very same sentiments. You know, they're disappointed, but where there's disappointment, there's also opportunity. I mean, you would be looking at, like I said before, there's dozens of jobs, if not hundreds of jobs for maritime workers.
Do you foresee that same problem? You talked about the problem of getting, you know, a lot of fitter and turn on your ship. Do you foresee that same problem happening with these offshore wind facilities or factories, where you'll struggle to get the skilled workers there to do the work, and then obviously that raises the question: where would they come from?
Yeah.
If you can't get them.
I mean, definitely, and I guess that's our union's position. That's why we're advocating before the parliamentary committee. That's why, you know, our officials and our members will talk to the cows come home about how important offshore wind is. I think Mr. Page's evidence just before kind of spoke to those concerns. I think we do need coordination. I think people do need to know that there's these jobs out there. I mean, I'm like my brother's here today, he's a seafarer as well. We often have conversations with people in the community or our friends who don't even realise that there's Australian seafarers still out there. You know, let alone that we're doing all these sorts of cool jobs and all across Australia, sailing internationally still. So I take your point. I think there does need to be coordination between the agencies, and I think Mr. Miranda's idea, I really like that. You know, I've got a 17-year-old son at the moment, and to hear that there's been a 30-year gap in electrical trades, and it'd be a great opportunity to have some sort of body that you could just go to, my 17-year-old son, and say, well, if you want to be an apprentice electrician, you go and see these people and they'll point you in the right direction. Like, I'd love to be able to send my son Noah to somewhere like that. Likewise with our industry. Like, we're all, you know, it's a relatively small and niche industry, but there's so much opportunity, and I think if we could coordinate it well, and young kids can go, you know what, like, I look off the port of Newcastle and there's a ship out there that looks pretty cool, and that's a good, well-paying Australian job. Like, that would be amazing.
Chair, can I just supplement that?
Yeah, sure.
There's been some really good work done around skills mapping for offshore wind in Victoria. So it was a project between the Victorian State Government, TAFE, and one of the proponents, and they mapped all the skills that are required to build offshore wind. And if you're in an existing industry, like I'm an electrician in a coal mine, what are the skills down to a skill number at TAFE, the hours it would take you to actually get them to transfer across. So I think that would be really useful for the different type of industries that are emerging in New South Wales. Because we haven't done that, and that's one of the things we've been advocating for. So a really good piece of work was done by the state government on the issues paper for the future jobs and investment that mapped all the closure dates of the coal-fired power stations and the coal mines in the Hunter Valley, and it basically said there's 15,900 direct jobs and 37,000 indirect jobs, and it kind of gave a timeline when those jobs, you know, were going to be lost in coal-fired power stations. But again, what it doesn't have is, for those workers, is to map, to go, how do I get into offshore wind, how do I get into solar, how do I get into renewables? That's, you know, a piece of work that should be done, and again, we've got agencies and TAFE and all that to do it, and it's part of what needs to be done to give these workers a pathway and an understanding of what's coming and how to actually get them in them and the timing that it's all happening.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd, are you online? Have you got some questions?
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, a couple of quick ones given the time. The first one is just, I've been asking for a couple of years of Energy Co and the government what exactly the plan is to connect the Hunter offshore wind zone with the grid and basically where the infrastructure, the enabling infrastructure is going to be built and what the plan is for that. And so far, I've had no answer. Are any of you aware of an actual plan or any planning that's been done to connect the offshore wind zone to the grid?
So given the connection to the grid is a state issue, it hasn't progressed as quick as federally where they're declaring zones and offering licences. There are a number of connection points identified, but again, within some of the proponents in their applications outline where they believe the connection points could be, but it never progressed to a level at a state level where it was actually agreed upon where those connections would be if the projects went ahead, because the projects haven't been awarded, basically.
Right. Would it make more sense, though, for there to be some sort of scoping and planning done at a state government level to make it more attractive for proponents and kind of speed up?
Absolutely. One of our submissions was the state government should actually, we were calling it the energy hubs, they should be developing and owning those, where those connections and points would be, like within the Newcastle port and Newcastle harbour. Absolutely, our view would make sense to have them identified. And government controlled would be our view.
If I could speak on that as well. We've been working in hand with the MUA to push for the state government to develop a comprehensive offshore wind industry strategy like they have in Victoria since the Minns government came in. We were told that there was one that was developed under the previous government but got shelved, and then whether or not that actually existed, because no one could find it when we asked. But yeah, no such strategy has been developed. And I think when you look at the fact that there was a proponent and then they pulled out at the last minute, having that sort of clear guidance from government, providing that sort of certainty to potential proponents that this is something the government's taking seriously, it's something they want to make happen, it's something they're going to make sure that the projects happen and are connected and everything's there. The fact that there isn't that in place, I think definitely played a role in the Hunter proponent not going ahead. It's not the sole reason. There's plenty of other factors, but it would have been great to have a bit more of a clear strategy from the state government, for sure.
Just in the interest of time, I just want to ask my other question, which is, so the Premier has been out this week spruiking the Santos Narrabri project and putting to one side how bananas I think that project is for lots of reasons. Can you talk about the actual material impact on the renewables rollout, particularly when it comes to the gas pipeline going across high voltage transmission lines and all of those issues, and whether it would, I guess, divert the workforce? Perhaps I'll go to you, Mr. Miranda. What's the sort of tangible impact if that project goes ahead?
Yeah, we've been raising this for a while. The Narrabri gas project is within a sort of 2 or 3 hour drive of 3 out of the 5 renewable energy zones. So you can't really deny that it is going to be pulling skilled workers who may have otherwise been working on renewable energy projects away from the renewables. We've already got, for our trades, massive skill shortages, so any sort of additional strain that you're placing on the labour market and the skills market there, you may see sort of delays and costs go up on projects that are affected by that. And I think you mentioned the pipeline as well. On the current sort of construction timelines, it's looking like the Hunter gas pipeline is going to be probably getting built at around the same time as the New England transmission project. And if you look at the corridors that have been earmarked for both of them, they intersect. So we may actually get to a point where one project literally has to pause and make way for the other, a quite literal crossroads between gas and renewables. So I think, yeah, having some clear guidance on what is going to take preference there, and our view as the ETU is that we just shouldn't be building the fracking operation in New South Wales.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Boyd. We've got.
You mentioned before about the map with regard to, say, when coal is closing or power stations and the jobs that would be transitioning. Do you think that adds, like when they say something's going to be extended, that adds to the uncertainty of, say, workers planning for their future?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what the state government used is the licence expiry dates for coal mines.
Yep.
And as we all know, coal is dependent on world demand. So one of the flaws with the model is that it uses the licence end date. That doesn't mean coal mines are going to go to that length. What we're seeing is, there's recent announcements of coal mines laying workers off because of a number of demands. But while I think it's good that it maps the actual numbers, I think the dates of when that actually happens in reality are all going to be brought forward. But what it does for us, it gives the scale of the enormity of jobs that are currently within coal, and the job we have to transition them into these new industries is enormous, and we need government policy settings and frameworks to actually make that happen.
Run out of time, haven't we?
Yeah, thank you. Well, look, that takes us to our time with you, so thank you very much for coming and giving evidence. You may have taken a couple of questions on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch with regards to that, and any supplementary questions we may send to you as well. So thank you for your time today. We will now break till 1:30. Thank you.
Thanks.
Your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please.
Sure. So, my name's Dr. John Shield. I'm with Renew. I've been with Renew for about 30 years. Just a plain member. And I like to do the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement before we go to questions?
Sure, thank you. Other than the statement made by Renew, I must say that the transition to renewables is absolutely essential for two reasons, really. The coal-fired power stations have reached end of life. I should declare that I used to work for the power stations, Pacific Power, for designing Bayswater and Eraring and that. And I also was a board member of Citizens Climate Lobby. I now live in a zero-carbon eco-village near Gosford. So the transition is possible. So the coal-fired power stations have reached end of life, and within the next 10 years, we've got to have some other form of power. And if we keep heating the planet up at our current rate, because we're burning fossil fuels, we'll have wilder extreme events. All countries in the world need to pull their weight on this, but Australia is in the top 20 globally of carbon and polluters cumulatively since 1850. So we're one of the worst, and we're also the highest per person polluter, carbon polluter, of all OECD countries, rich countries, and we're double the average. So we're an extremely bad case. Nuclear is too expensive, can melt down, has dangerous waste, and will be way too late. The regions have been selected for REZs, renewable energy zones, because their area of land, their suitability for solar or wind. This area here is a very good wind area, and out west we have great solar. The suitability and their existing transmission line corridors. And then we need to manage the net zero transition. And can I say we need some sort of authority that can coordinate across companies in the whole coal industry, both mining and whatever. So there's 1 million jobs out there, according to Beyond Zero Emissions. I used to be the leader of their Newcastle Beyond Zero Emissions chapter and worked on the 1 million job plan. And you can see that renewables really generates lots of jobs. And I can go into some of the previous concerns about, we found over 100% of jobs for Collie, for example, of the workers there. Privatisation has increased power prices, not renewables. When Macquarie Generation took over Bayswater, the very first thing they did was game the system by taking a unit offline. So it is the privatisation of the assets which is causing power prices to go up. There's great health benefits if we'd get rid of the coal. I've seen a lot of people with problems here with asthma and all coal dust and that. All along the coal line, I used to live on the coal line. So this is a win-win-win proposition. Increased community wealth, health and low carbon emissions to decrease extreme events. And can I say there that the increased community wealth can be obtained by having an energy cooperative that spreads the wealth across the whole community instead of picking out one or two farmers. So Renew advocates energy hubs that would like to disseminate the proper information, not all this Facebook rubbish that's floating around that, you can't believe anything. And that solar and wind firmed by batteries and pumped hydro are the cheapest form of new power, and that's been proven over and over again. Expensive renewal, I won't go right into nuclear, but... And from the industry point of view, we can compensate large power users, so this is my final point. We can compensate large power users by having them reduce their power. For example, Tomago Aluminium, which uses 10% of electricity in the state. So if we compensate them, then basically we can get around the peaks, and that coal-fired power stations have trouble turning off their units during the night. Therefore, we have this product called off-peak power. So Araring Power Station had trials to ramp down at midday because prices are negative, and that was quite successful. Agriculture can coexist and benefit from renewables. Sheep grazing with solar farms. You can have cattle and crops. You can have, with fencing around wind turbines, you've got plenty of ways to graze around that too. So these are real agri-solar and agri-turbine ways to prosper.
Yeah, thank you. We might, so the committee's resolved to just have free flow questions, so questions can come from anywhere.
Sure, thanks.
I might throw to Ms Hurst online, who has her hand up.
Great, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Shield, for your time today. You raised concerns in your submission that the urgency of the transition's not being addressed and that delays and slow approval processes are actually causing more distress for the communities. I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit more about this and just sort of flesh out for us some of the concerns that you're seeing around the delays.
Yeah, can I say that we really need to get to net zero like 2030, 2035. That's really the rich country goals to avoid calamitous climate change, really. When I was with Pacific Power in the 80s, when we rolled out the Araring and Bayswater to stop blackouts, and it was a one-way grid, and the farmers had no resistance to that at all. They were very grateful that we could supply power to them and that sort of thing. But now that it's a two-way grid, because you've got generation happening both ways, there seems to be some resistance by some farmers, and I think it's promoted a little bit by politicians and perhaps some billionaire miners of Advanced Australia, that there should be no transmission lines going back to the coast and where the population is. It doesn't seem fair to me. It's just not fair. So we should take a realistic, practical view. I'm an engineer, and let's try and work with the community. That's the problem we've had, is that you've privatised the transmission lines. They should never have been privatised, just like the backbone of Telstra. You should never privatise that. And now that it's been privatised, you've really got to work hard to make sure that the distribution of wealth across the community is fair. And across, I'm talking about not just farmers, but even any coal miners or coal power station workers. Transition.
I think there hasn't been the right consultation. We speed things up, but also take the community with us, so people aren't feeling like that they're not getting the right information or they're not being consulted with appropriately.
Sure. Look, this is one of Renew's key points, is that we need to really, and the state should get behind this. The federal government's kicked it down the line a bit, but energy hubs. We've got to have these real estate shops where you can go in and get an expert's advice. I don't take my car to a dentist to get fixed up. I take it to an expert mechanic. And people you hear online, I mean, even politicians, they haven't got I've got a PhD in adapting homes for climate change. I've modelled the climate in Adelaide in 2050, and it's not a pretty sight. It'll be 3 degrees, and we probably can't stop it. I mean, we've got to put the brakes on very fast on carbon emissions. Okay, so as far as what can we do about it, the first is educating people so that they know the facts and get it from a trusted source. The second is we can pick off probably the low-hanging fruit when it comes to transmission. And by that I mean the offshore wind zones, REZs, particularly Port Stephens and Illawarra. So we've got, the Sun Cable's got a project underlined to take massive amounts of power from the Northern Territory up to Singapore on an undersea cable, just like we have Bass Strait link. So it's not hard to put in a short, a few hundred metres, or maybe it's a couple of kilometres, I think, because you don't even see them really from the shore. And there's all this pretense about that will kill sharks and kill whales and all this. There's no evidence. Fish and that. So if we pick off the low-hanging fruit, there's a little bit of resistance happening in Port Stephens. That seems to be kicked off by, as I said, and the previous speaker talked about the fact that a bit of announcements made, and then all of a sudden all the Facebook pages kick off, and Advance Australia walks in, and billionaires finance, So I think the low-hanging fruit is the way to go.
Thank you. And you mentioned those local energy hubs, and certainly we've heard a little bit about them during the inquiry and the advantage of those. I'm just trying to get your opinion on why a local energy hub would actually be a better option over methods of sort of consultation and engagement by the New South Wales government that's currently happening. Like, what would be the difference and the main benefits we'd see to switching to these local energy hubs themselves?
Well, I think it's a question of being accessible. If you've got a local hub, a local shop, and it's open maybe 3 days a week or something, and maybe even staffed by renewed volunteers, I'm sure they'd even come to the party and things like that. There'd be trusted, reliable sources of information you could readily walk into and just have a nice long conversation, no pressure. Whereas the state government currently, I don't think they're hitting the mark as well as they should.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So with those, I might just ask a few questions. So with those energy hubs, how would they be done differently to what currently happens now with energy code drop-in centres, where you go in there's a person with a laptop, you ask them questions, they don't have the answers, and they tell you to go back to their website. How would these energy hubs be done better, do you think? Because that's, essentially, that's what Energy Co are doing at the moment with these drop-in centres, is a version of what you're proposing. So how would your version be better than what's...
It's really a question of, what sort of personnel you have staffing them, and what the accessibility is and the credibility. And so if you've got the current setup is if they drop in and the person doesn't know the answer, or if they're trying to look up information, they're just a receptionist or something, that's not that credible and may not be able to address their question on the spot. The difference between an expert and someone who's just front of house, a receptionist, is the expert can solve a complex problem on the spot. And if the person walks in, I have about 5 farmer mates up this area, and most of them are for the transition. One's got a bit of some concerns about views and that sort of thing. But look, if you go back, and say one of the farmers walks in and wants to know, well, why can't they put it underground? Right, well, maybe that's the question that an expert should be trying to handle. Maybe what's the cost and delay, and how would it slow down the transition and things like that. But I'm saying that we should be getting experts to be more readily available to the public, so they get...
You're saying Energy Co aren't the experts? They're the ones that are supposed to be driving this transition.
Well, yeah, but I guess I'm saying...
Are you suggesting that Energy Co shouldn't be the ones that run these hubs, given that they failed in the consultation thus far?
Well, I'd say they need to partner it for sure. Both Energy Co and perhaps partner with some not-for-profits that would have quite a lot of expertise. I mean, we used to run a very interesting area of beyond zero emissions in Newcastle with several guys with PhDs, and we were analysing industry and doing all sorts of good research.
how were you talked about in terms of the community benefit, and that you talk about spreading it across, so it wasn't just farmers getting the benefit from those projects. How would that work in terms of encouraging farmers initially to take on those projects on their land, if you're then, I guess, limiting the benefit they would get, or spreading the benefit across a broader selection of people? How would you see that working with encouraging host people?
Good question. Perhaps some farmers would benefit more than others. You can have a multi-stakeholder cooperative where certain stakeholders have different benefits and different obligations to others. So that's where you could set up perhaps let's just assume two types of stakeholders, one with a key block of land on the transmission line that's absolutely required, which is precious to the transmission guys. He may get a slightly higher benefit than another guy who's in the same community, but is not that much affected, but he does get some benefit.
Okay. And probably just one final one from me. You talked about low-hanging fruit, and you said offshore wind was low-hanging fruit. I wasn't sure whether you were here when we had Ausgrid talking about their community battery proposal, and piggybacking that off rooftop solar, which seems to be where the government's going with the Illawarra REZ a bit more than offshore. Is that something you would consider as low-hanging fruit as well, in terms of taking action, having more rooftop solar connected to community battery projects?
Look, rooftop solar is one of the key mechanisms. If you think backwards, how do you fund this transition carefully? Householders know that if they invest a little bit up front, they've got free electricity almost from then on. I mean, and if you put a battery in and get the rebate, after about, I think it's, 5 or 10, beyond the life of the battery anyway, you'll get very good returns. So the return on investment is very, very high, and that's why we've got half the homes in Australia with rooftop solar, which is enormous. It's the biggest in the world, biggest uptake in the world. Now, if you then combine that with community batteries, there's been a few proposals made, but when it comes to giving the batteries to Ausgrid and to give it to the DNSPs, the network guys, that's a little bit of a free gift for them. That's like letting them stabilise their network without any cost. But what you should be doing is giving it to the community so the community benefits. So we really need to have community batteries, more so than network ones. I believe Ausgrid's proposing a Rathmines one. I saw the plans for that. And we have our own community battery at Narara Eco Village, where we have our zero carbon village. We built that from scratch. We got an ARENA grant for $1 million, but we were the first community to come to ARENA and say, look, we'll have our own solar, and we'll have our own big battery, and we'll attach to Ausgrid. You watch us do it. The lessons we learnt was that don't ever try it again. A very difficult job to spring it up from the bottom.
Okay. Thank you. Ms McDonald?
Dr. Shill, you're talking about low-hanging fruit, and the Hunter, as you've said, has degraded sites and land, or old mines. What role can they play in supporting renewable energy?
I missed the first bit, sorry.
Oh, the degraded sites or old mine sites, how can they be used in this renewable energy landscape?
Yeah, no, look, we, as part of Beyond Zero Emissions, we visited the Upper Hunter here, and we saw the mayor, the previous mayors, and Singleton and that. And there were plans on the board at that point to use old mines as in pumped hydro type arrangements. And I think there was one that's pretty close to going ahead. But that's the sort of thing where if you've got a deep mine, you can make that a dam, and then pump it up the hill if you've got a big nice mountain nearby, and then do that when the solar's negative, if you like, and then off you go, or the wind turbines blowing hard. Yeah, and so you get cheap storage, and then when you run it down the hill, you've got yourself power when the peak prices are very high.
Okay. And you also, I understand, your organisation has 200 members, or over 200 members. What would you say in the Hunter, do you believe that people are generally accepting of renewable energy?
Oh, look, I lived in Newcastle for over 10 years, and I was astounded by how green it was once, BHP sort of moved out. There's an incredible number of environmental organisations. Look at Rising Tide. I mean, it had 7,000 people at its last event last year, and is aiming for more this year. I mean, there is an incredible movement in the Hunter, and there's a lot of support for renewables. If you look at the power stations are going to die. I mean, I was in Liddell, and it had holes in the roof. The generator and turbine, they were rusting away, and I was asked to try and fix that in the future. And yeah, we worked on that. But they come to Liddell closed a while ago. By 2035, they're all planned to close in New South Wales. I think that's Bayswater or Mount Piper. So I mean, we've got to have something on the table. We're not going to have people living in caves. And renewables are really the only way to go. And we've got to get there fast. And the fast way to get there is Matt Keane had a brilliant idea with these REZs. I mean, I was congratulating Matt on that. Stupendous way to go. The tricky part was the transmission lines, and that's we 4 or 5 years ago we were working on this with Beyond Zero Emissions, and I can show you the plans. There's a die-off of all the power stations, and we thought about, well, what's the big thing? We just got to get quickly into transmission lines. It seemed to drop off the agenda.
Yeah. So you'd say that they're more acceptable or accepting of renewable energy. What do you think in terms of, say, nuclear energy? Is there a level of acceptance there, or is it should be off the cards? Off the table, sorry.
Look, I have rarely heard anyone put forward any practical suggestion about how you could get possibly nuclear in place before the power stations go. It's impossible.
Okay, so the time frame would be too long?
Much too long.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, apart from the fact that it's dangerous waste, it can have meltdowns, that there's just no regulatory framework here. I mean, apart from all that, and there's nowhere in the world that even has a safe repository for any nuclear waste, right? So you've got 100,000 years worth of waste you've got to carefully maintain. So I have not found any person yet to come up with a credible explanation as to why they do it. I've had a few politician-type people who push it a bit, and frankly, it's laughable. If you've seen the latest report that talks about the decrease in renewable uptake around the world, there's only 11 countries around the world with nuclear reactors under development. 11. That tells you something.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Dr. Shield, I just wanted to ask, one of the things that we've heard quite a bit throughout the course of the inquiry is concern from landholders in terms of the impact that these projects can have on them, and I would hope that you would agree that there are some concerns in the community that are very real in terms of where some of these projects are proposed. One thing that we heard from Ausgrid this morning was around trying to find opportunities in urban areas as well, industrial areas, more solar on warehouse factory rooftops, just so that some of the project sort of generation and capacity is actually in metropolitan areas instead of it all being out in the regions and maybe having a better balance there. Would you have a view on that you could put to the committee?
Well, I mean, 80% of the population lives on the coast, and most of those, more than half of those would have solar on their roofs to start with. So they are pulling their weight in that respect from the household. Commercial, there's actually a higher uptake in commercial solar. So they are actually powering along in the populated areas. I think we've got to be careful about why REZs are chosen. Why is it that those particular regions were selected? And it's because they have a large amount of area, not too expensive, so you can put a large solar farm or many wind turbines. And keep in mind, I heard a complaint that maybe one bird a day gets killed by every wind turbine. Millions of birds a year get killed by cars, windows in buildings, and cats. We're talking millions. So let's get this, in perspective. So when it comes back to can the urban population pull their weight, they're the ones that have been pulling their weight forever when the one-way grid was in place. They are the ones carrying the load for the regions. So,
sorry, can you explain?
Vales Point, Araring, they were a power station. We had to develop Liddell and Bayswater because the coal was at the surface here. We had to reroute the road. We had to put in the conveyors. But the ones on the coast, they use the salt water and that sort of thing to cool their turbines.
Okay.
Sorry.
I might leave it there, Chair.
So what I'm saying is, in the one-way grid, the coast was doing all the hard work, except for a few regional power stations, and that they only came out because, in Mount Piper and Bayswater, Liddell. But regionally, you had Araring and Vales, and you had White Bay, you had all of those ones well before that.
Yeah.
So, and now I'm saying with a two-way grid, we need to just be fair about it and think about how the regions can help the population.
Sure, but I guess my point was if you've got the majority of consumers in the cities, if there's more you can do to uplift urban on a broader scale,
yes,
to then perhaps not to have the number of projects out in rural communities and it's a fairer balance, I guess that was sort of my question because that was the conversation.
Can I say that this new initiative of batteries for homes is actually accelerating? I mean, what is it, 1,000 a day or something, batteries getting implemented? That is taking a huge load off the grid. And that's the population at the coast doing that. And as you say, a lot of community batteries are going in, some community batteries, but the Ausgrid network batteries are going in, and some really super power. They've got the 500 megawatt one, megawatt hour one in, I think it's, and some of the old power stations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Final question for Mr. Murphy.
Dr. Shield. I might just ask about one of the issues that we've come across as part of this inquiry, as we visited different locations, particularly with solar. We've met with a lot of landowners who are generally supportive of renewable energy, but they don't want a solar farm next to their farm or in their area, and often for the right reasons, saying that it's prime agricultural land or it's inappropriate that it's put in a particular place. And I just wondered whether you had a view about whether we've got the time to wait in order to get all of that planning right. Do we have time where we can just stop the rollout of renewables, go and work out the best possible sites to put this in and slow down that process in order to meet those concerns that people have? Or is there an immediacy to getting this done as quickly as we can?
Yeah, well, I think I was clear about the urgency of the problem, but I'm also very aware of the delicacy of trying to weigh the disadvantages with the advantages. and the disadvantages across all the communities. And we're talking the farmers, the farming community, the mining community, the power station community. We've got to sort of balance the transition, and that's where we need something like the transition authority across all the industry, across all companies, not like AGL just balancing Liddell and Bayswater. Expand that to all the industry, so that as the transmission is required, then those benefits go to the whole community. And as I said, with energy cooperatives, you could probably, hopefully, come to some arrangement with those sort of guys. And whether you've got to put the solar farm a little bit further away, I mean, look, the solar farms, this is the map of solar potential in the Hunter, and really anywhere out west is good, and that's why these ones here are perfect solar farm areas, whereas in here you've got the high wind area, which is the up around this area, and so you would try and negotiate to make sure that, okay, maybe you've got to go a bit further west or north, so but you should be able to come to an arrangement that satisfies everyone and rewards the community and rewards the whole, so you can't just run roughshod over everyone. I mean, back in the old days, the state government putting a transmission line through, they probably just made sure it went through. But I think you can't do that now. With privatisation, you've got to respect.
So how do we deal with the problem where, everybody loves renewable energy, but they don't want it next to them? It's that NIMBY problem, not in my backyard. It's really important, but it should be in some other zone. How do we deal with that? Or do we just have to get the renewable energy there and then sort through in the future how we might better zone and place these things in the way that you're talking about?
Look, I think you've got to look in the long term. I mean, there's a construction bit of pain, but then there's a long-term gain. I mean, do they want power in the future? I mean, there is no alternative. The power has to go in. Now, if it's not solar panels, maybe they could put in wind turbines, So I think you've got to negotiate in good faith. This is what it comes down to.
Thank you. That concludes our time with you, Dr. Shields. So I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but there may be some supplementary questions we put to you, and the Secretary will be in touch. So thank you for your time, and we'll now bring forward the next two witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank the
Starting with first witness on my left, can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation, please?
Hello, my name is Paula Del-McComsty, and I am the New South Wales Policy Advisor for AMEC, the Association for Mining and Exploration Companies.
Thank you. And just an oath or an affirmation, please?
Oath, please.
Yeah.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kerry Atkins. I'm the New South Wales Director for AMEC, and I'd like to take the oath, please. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I would, please. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to come today and to speak on behalf of our members. So we're a national organisation. We represent mining and exploration companies around Australia. We have approximately 600 members. Our members are made up of critical mineral miners and metal miners and associated service providers. We support renewables. They're actually key to enabling decarbonisation, which can also support the mining industry to deliver decarbonised mineral products to markets. And of course, a lot of our members are mining the very products that are needed to build these renewable energy projects. Unfortunately, several of our members have had deposits sterilised due to lack of communication from the renewable energy proponents. However, there are certainly mutual benefits of co-located mining and renewable projects. And our recommendations in this space are as follows. We would support a tri-party agreement attached to the application form between the explorer, the landholder and the renewable energy proponent to ensure consultation occurs at the early project stage. Penalties and compensation to be introduced and enforced where a lack of consultation occurs. So I guess a little bit more information on that. It's impossible to move a geological deposit. So once, with consultation, a very thorough plan can be made as to where the project can locate perhaps the renewable energy component versus the mining, the proposed mining site. We'd love to see the partnership expanded between Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone, New South Wales Farmers and Energy Co to include exploration right holders. It would be great to be involved in any of the discussions that are happening, and it'd be great to have that partnership happen all around New South Wales, as communication is key always to solving all of these problems. So in mining, there's very tough upfront, I guess, rehabilitation bonds, and we would love to see renewable energy proponents have the same types of robust rehab bond regime. It'd be great to have one source of information, for example, the Department of Planning to have a current New South Wales map of approved and those proponents who have applied for approval for renewable energy projects, and that would improve transparency because, to be honest, the problems that we've seen have been about lack of communication and lack of transparency. Certainly the Department of Planning have amended their guidelines as of last November, and that has been really helpful. So I guess mandatory consultation between the renewable energy proponents and the mineral title holders to address the concerns and preserve access to prospective land for exploration. And it would be great to see compensation frameworks for exploration companies impacted by renewable energy projects, covering expenses incurred and annual fees that mining projects and explorers have to pay for land that they cannot explore on. So they were really our main points that we wanted to bring up today. Thank you for the opportunity.
No problems at all. Thank you. Might pass to Ms Mitchell, first questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for your submission and for being here today. I just wanted to pick up on the part of your submission where you talked, and you mentioned it briefly then, but the issues around rehabilitation bonds, that's come up a little bit this morning and over the course of the other hearings that we've had. And I was interested when in your submission you said exploration sort of companies or people working in that space have a minimum value of 10,000, yet there's nothing for the renewables. Can you just talk more about why you think it would be a good idea to have some sort of decommissioning bond process so you had better equity across
Absolutely. I think it protects the landholder in the event that the renewable energy proponent goes into administration or is unable to complete their project. And even at the end of their project, I just think it protects the landowner and also gives them a lot more equity in the game, I guess.
Yeah. And would you, I think you talked about the bond should be held in trust by the government in the similar way to exploration bonds. So do you think that would be the best mechanism in terms of how to do it?
Definitely.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. And are you aware of any other states who do anything in that space that's similar or not at this stage?
I can find out for you. We are a national organisation.
Yeah.
We both specialise in New South Wales,
Sure.
but I'm very happy to get back to you on that point and advise the framework.
Yeah, that would be great if possible. And then just one more, if I can, Chair, because I'm just conscious we don't have a lot of time and others might have questions. And again, you spoke about it in your opening statement, but the idea of having, I guess, better consultation, more transparency around which projects have been approved, which ones are going through the planning process. That's been a very strong theme.
Okay.
Sometimes people find out about it literally, at the pub, or council today gave us examples that they didn't know about certain projects. Even proponents might not know that there are others nearby. So in an ideal world, what would that look like? I know you call out maybe Department of Planning having responsibility for that.
I think now data's just so available, isn't it? And it would be very simple to have one statewide interactive map with all of these approved and proposed projects, and then that would put the responsibility on everyone else to go and have a look at this map and constantly see what's going on in the area. We have many examples of exactly what you just said, where an auger turns up on a piece of land and the mineral exploration title holder, who has exclusive rights to that land, didn't have any clue. And honestly, all of our members are very open to these conversations, and they regularly inform us that they try to make contact and that no one will talk to them about what's happening and things like that. So I really just see this as a communication and information gap, to be honest. As I said, mining and exploration projects and renewable projects can work really well together. There's no reason why they can't. And power is, of course, a mining project. If it does eventually get up, it's their biggest cost, and their biggest concern is reliable, cheap power. So there really should be a marriage made in heaven, you would think.
Just better transparency and, I guess, accountability that then comes with that.
And that's where I think the idea of possibly a tri-party agreement that the proponent puts into the Department of Planning to say, yes, it has been signed off by the landholder, it's been signed off by the renewable energy proponent and the EL holder. So therefore everybody has met and discussed, because quite honestly, the location of the renewable energy project can be very easily moved, but the mine usually can't, because that's where the mineral is. So with that upfront communication and that long-term planning, you can overcome a lot of the angst that's happening, because you certainly can move a solar farm and possibly a wind farm as well with that great consultation.
Just, sorry, Chair, one more that's on that topic. Have you had, I guess, any of your member companies where that uncertainty of whether or not a particular renewable project will go ahead, because again, we've heard some can be years and years in planning and then maybe not come to fruition. Has that impacted people in your industry in terms of what they do with their exploration as well?
You go.
Yeah.
One of the things is the renewable companies sign an agreement with the landowner, and so that can impact them, because they can set that time for whatever they want, 5 to 10 years, and therefore the explorer is basically reduced to not accessing that land.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the landowner will not allow an explorer on, in certain cases, will not allow an explorer on if they've got this agreement in place, and therefore, like you said, you don't know how long that's going to last. And as Kerry said, the explorer has exclusive rights to look for those minerals.
The explorer mightn't even know about that other agreement, so they might,
very unlikely.
They often don't even know until it's all too late, and then they'll come to us and say, well, we've just lost, the whole project because we didn't even know this was going to happen. There's a really big gap in the communication.
And the policing of it, to make sure the planning department needs to make sure the renewable energies absolutely has to contact the stakeholders, the explorers.
Thank you. I'll let someone else.
Sure. Just sticking with that theme, how can you give us a sense of how widespread this issue is in terms of, I guess, minerals being sterilised, and can we quantify that in terms of loss of state revenue or potential state revenue?
We can get back to you on the potential loss of state revenue from the cases that we have. To be honest, we haven't calculated. For an explorer, it's very hard to know what that might have turned into, because a lot of exploration holes that are drilled don't turn into a mine. In fact, very few do, and that's the importance of exploration, is you have to be able to drill a hole which is minimally invasive to find out what is under the ground, because there's no other way to know. Once a wind turbine has been built there, an exclusion zone is created around it and you can't explore there. So if an explorer's got a sense that we believe the most prospective area of the lease is there, for example, and that conversation can be had up front. That's the importance of the communication and the coexistence side. And I just wanted to let the committee know, AMEC has commissioned a consultant to prepare a very comprehensive national report on land access and the challenges that agriculture, mining and the renewable energy sectors have all had, because we're all trying to use the same piece of land, and how do we do that successfully? So we've just published about a 90-page report on our website. It's completely free and explains the problem throughout Australia, defines the problem really well, and it has some key recommendations there.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to send a copy of that report.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to come back to this issue of the proposed bonds and just really just put to you that aren't renewable energy projects and mining projects fundamentally and completely different in their nature, in the sense that what you're talking about when you're mining is altering the landscape forever. Extracting those minerals out of the ground and completely changing the nature of the landscape, whereas with renewable energy, often when, in a sense, decommissioning occurs, it's more likely that it's replacing old technology with new technology. And it's something that is ongoing in terms of making money. Why would a bond be necessary when that's happening?
I guess a bond is an upfront cost that proves that you are going to leave the land in the same way that you found it. So exploration, for example, the 10,000 bond, which is very small, the large open cuts, they're about 200 million, but the $10,000 bond that we're referring to is just to drill a hole. And to be honest, if the explorer never came back, although they will, that hole that they drilled could be filled in by the dirt that was just surrounding it. So it seems unfair that you would have to pay a $10,000 bond just to drill a hole, but you can erect a whole heap of steel wind turbines and not pay a bond, or not give the government a guarantee that at the end of the day you will leave the area as you found it.
Yeah, I mean, it's about risk though, isn't it? We've got countless examples of mines going broke or not cleaning up at the end, and that's the reason that we have bonds. Equally, at the moment, we've got examples where renewable energy operators have simply replaced technology and they continue to operate. I'm sort of looking for where the problem is. I can't find a single example of a renewable energy operator that's left a million solar panels on a farm and not cleaned them up. And we've had them operating past their lifespan already in this country.
Yep. Then I can't see why an explorer has to lodge a bond to drill a simple hole either. The comparison there is pretty similar to me in terms of exploration.
So does that mean you're in favour of removing those bonds?
No. No, I think the bonds are good because they give the landholder some certainty that if, in the worst case scenario, that their land will be restored to how it was before anything started.
So why don't landholders negotiate this as part of their contracts?
Because I think it's good that the government does regulate industry and ensure that landholders are protected.
And they're entering into them voluntarily. They don't have to sign up for these things. Why should the government be putting an enormous upfront cost that'll act as a disincentive for renewable energy by requiring a bond that's probably never going to be used?
Yep, well, I guess that's just a difference in opinion.
There may be mess created during construction that needs to be remedied. And that's one of the things we have in exploration.
Different issue to decommissioning.
No, during the construction of I'm talking about exploration is just, trucks and vehicles driving onto a property to potentially drill a hole, as Kerry said, and it's the same thing. I imagine the construction of solar panels and wind turbines would cause some deterioration of a farmer's property, and that bond could cover that.
I mean, I would have thought most farmers are, very smart, street smart people. They get the right advice. If they felt as though there was an issue, wouldn't they negotiate that into the contract? I haven't heard a farmer come along and say, I don't like the contract I've signed. I think there should have been a bond built into it. I mean, why should the government come over the top of that and then put in place a bond that's unlikely ever to be needed?
Yep, I guess it's just a comment from members they feel it would level the playing field.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Ms McDonald?
Thank you. We've had other witnesses talk about opportunities for, say, old mine site renewal by having renewable projects put on them. How do you see those opportunities, or do you see those opportunities?
This is your passion, Kerry. We think it's a great idea, especially with the circular economy. There is a lot of focus when a mine starts on the renewable side, on the actual decommissioning side of it. And so we are working with, the government are definitely working towards, or in the mining department, resources department, to looking at that and actually including the community more and being able to collaborate with people to try and look at that. But it's happening. It's just a big change.
So have you done, say, any studies to understand that potential on the sites or the buffer zones? And if you have, can you enlighten us?
Our organisation hasn't, so we basically conduct studies in things that people ask us to. So we haven't specifically conducted a study into that, no. But as Paula said, I think it's an incredible opportunity. A lot of our members tend to be explorers, so they're on someone else's land. But I heard the gentleman before me speaking about, you were asking where do you put these renewable energy projects? No one wants them on their land, and actual mines usually own the land that they're working on. So therefore, what a great opportunity, I would think, given that the community's already accepted previously a mine there. So you would think it would be a great opportunity. As Paula said, New South Wales Resources is very keen to repurpose old mine sites.
And you mentioned that sometimes a renewable energy zone is over a potential, say, mineral deposit. What kind of compensation framework do you think should be established then if you're not able to extract those minerals, especially if those minerals are going to be beneficial to renewable energy?
So I think, taking just one slight step back, I realise that over the last couple of years this has all sort of developed very quickly, but it would be great for the Renewable Energy Department to work really closely with New South Wales Resources, who have done so much mapping in the state and understand where the most critical minerals are. And that would actually be the optimal initial step to understand what the state needs and what Australia would really like to mine in terms of the Future Made in Australia policy that we're all working towards at the moment. So I think that's the first step. Compensation, I don't have any figures. We'd have to go back to members to talk about it. I don't know, sorry.
And do you think, is there an opportunity of, say, where mining and renewables could successfully co-locate? And if so, or do you have any examples or how that would look like in New South Wales?
Well, as Kerry mentioned earlier, and I've actually been involved with a case where the renewable energy company hadn't contacted an explorer, and so I had to go and communicate with them on numerous occasions, and then finally once they understood, that was one of the things, the biggest things is their lack of understanding for exploration and mining. They really didn't have a clue, and once they finally understood the potential in that area, they were like, we can work together. We can work together. We'll have our area. They needed the ridge for their wind farms, and the Explorer was looking in the valley, and they were like, we could work together. The Explorer and moved on, because that's the thing with exploration. They moved on. I think other people have got it now, but yeah, they were very keen. But it took a lot of time for us as explorers to actually go and let them understand the whole concept of what exploration is.
And I'll just go back to the rehabilitation bonds. Could you explain how these work for mining companies, just so that I can get an understanding of, the difference between renewable and mining? Do you see it as being similar in how they would operate?
So mining companies different to exploration companies. They have a different bond, but mining companies, for example, it's completely based on the estimate of the cost to rehabilitate the mine to the state that it was in before you commence mining. So, for example, out here in the Hunter Valley, the big mines, probably about 200 million is your bond to rehabilitate one of the large mines. The department keeps a very detailed calculator on their website that is constantly being updated, that calculates every square inch and every possible input into how much it's going to cost, and then the company has to pay that and maintain that bond. The state keeps the interest on the bond, and the company has to keep that there even while they're rehabilitating. So they're actually paying the whole rehab cost, and they can't get that released until the very end of having spent the 200 million. So they're actually kind of double paying. For explorers, there is a set fee. It's $10,000.
Plus any extra that they have to pay depending on what type of exploration they do. So if they go beyond, if the rehabilitation, or if the exploration they do, the rehabilitation with the exploration they do, looks like it's going to be more than 10,000, they have to pay extra. So I know a few of our members have got up to $100,000 in the bond, for including all the individual projects they've got on.
Yeah, okay. And it's a risk management tool for the government, and I support a rehab framework because I really think there is always an unscrupulous operator in any industry, and we both have been in the mining industry forever and we love it, but you're always going to come across an unscrupulous operator somewhere, or something's going to go wrong, and that is the whole point of having the bond system. It's a risk management tool for the landholder or the landowner or the state to make sure that things that have happened in the past aren't repeated.
Yeah. I'm just having a little bit of trouble hearing. So are they usually successful in covering the costs of the rehabilitation? I think you touched on it, but I was having trouble hearing that.
So
yes, they are now.
Yes, they are. They are definitely, because the government have got that the calculator to work out exactly. And
to be honest, New South Wales rehab bonds for actual mining, not exploration, are probably the highest in Australia. So other states, for example, Western Australia, you just put in 5% of your estimated, so you would then pay 5% of 200 million. We are really the only state that puts the whole 100% in. So our government our state resources minister is very risk averse in that area.
Okay. And say, in your experience, when a mine has been rehabilitated, is there any infrastructure or change to the landscape that's different to what it would have been originally?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that one.
Well, I mean, by definition, taking ore out of the ground will mean that the landscape is lower, but then there is always a plan for rehabilitating, and often back to the land at the level that it was before, so they can fill it with their waste, and then they'll put soil, and they can plant. They can turn it back to usable land.
Yeah. Okay. So
Paula's a geologist, so she can explain the layers of the earth.
I might just throw to Mr. Donnelly for the last question.
A couple of questions. So thank you for coming along today, and thank you for your submission. I'm just wondering, in terms of data that underpins your concerns about what's unfolding, in terms of exploration that's going on in New South Wales, is there a central record-keeping arrangement that exists, and who maintains that?
So MinView, the state our head geoscientist in New South Wales keeps fantastic records, so anyone can jump on and you can have a look at every mining lease in New South Wales, every approved exploration lease. It's all mapped out.
The documents.
Yep, all the documents supporting it. New South Wales Resources has all of those rehab bonds that we just talked about for all the, if you have a look at any of the Hunter Valley mines, you'll be able to see how much is put aside. You'll be able to see what the closure plan is for any of the mines. It's just the planning.
The question is on the exploration side. I'm wanting to know, is there evidence that exploration, looking at it, is actually starting to decline in the state?
There is actually.
Well, it's cyclic, really. It is a cyclic thing, depending on...
We can send you the latest on that, which we do have.
Yeah, it depends on commodity prices. It depends on
That's right.
what's happening in the world.
That's the nature of the mining industry.
It's very, very, dependent on many, many things.
As opposed to a causal effect between what's developing with respect to REZs and obviously changes taking place. Yeah.
Investment is a big thing in
That's
sovereign
right.
risk.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Donnelly. That will take us right to the end there. So thank you very much for your time. You did take quite a few questions on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch regarding them and any supplementary questions we might send as well.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Really
No problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now bring up our last witnesses for today. The witnesses, so starting with you, Mr. Holtz, on my left, can you state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Michael Holtz. I'm a resident of Mitchell's Flat, which is just to the east of Singleton. An affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now given to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mrs. Russell?
Yep. My name is Marie Russell. I'm a resident at Mount Thorley and farmer, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Holtz, would you like to start with a short opening statement?
Thank you. So as mentioned, I'm a resident of Mitchell's Flat and a member of the Singleton Solar standoff group that was formed about 12 months ago after Elgin Energy announced plans for a solar factory at Mitchell's Flat. In March 2025, I made a submission to this inquiry, and I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today and also for the committee taking time out yesterday to visit Mitchell's Flat. The proposed project. So Elgin are an overseas-based solar company who are majority owned by the Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners Group. They operate as an independent solar and storage development platform in the UK. The solar factory located at Mitchell's solar factory will be 210 hectares into 177,000 solar panels and a 90 megawatt battery storage system. In addition, Elgin are intent on constructing a new 66 kV transmission line stretching 14 kilometres along Morenny, Gresford and Pioneer Road reserves through to an existing substation at Singleton that is located near the Hunterview residential estate. Given that this is a state significant project, it will require New South Wales state government approval. And apart from an initial meeting, and I'll call it a meeting at Singleton Library in August of last year, 2024, Elgin has not engaged with the community since, and they are yet to submit their scoping document, which is the request for SEARs from the New South Wales Planning Department. The Mitchell's Flat community. As you saw on your visit yesterday, Mitchell's Flat and the neighbouring areas consist primarily of rural and residential lifestyle blocks. And based on 2021 census data, there's about 1,600 residents, 470 families that enjoy the peace and quiet of a rural lifestyle in and adjacent to Mitchell's Flat. We are a family-orientated community where people have chosen to live and raise their families in a location where there is no industrial activity whatsoever. In recent years, there have been 2 residential developments to the east of Singleton at Sedgefield, which shares a boundary with Mitchell's Flat. The developments include the Hunter Highlands Estate, which comprises 40 residential lots, and the Big Ridge Estate, which is a rural subdivision consisting of 60 lots ranging in size from 2 to 20 hectares. Everyone will be impacted by either the solar panels or the route of the transmission line through to the Hunter residential estate. Our primary concerns are the location of this project and the broad area of the Hunter Central Coast REZ. It is very important to stress, firstly, that we residents and the Singleton community are not against renewable energy sources, and for us this is not a political or a government party issue. Our community is simply asking that developments like what is proposed at Mitchell's Flat be constructed in the right location within the Singleton LGA so that they do not impact on either our rural residential communities or our productive farming land. All industrial activity, inclusive of mining, power generation, industrial estates, the army base, etc., are located to the north and west of Singleton, with all of the residential development occurring to the east of town. Anyone that has visited the Hunter Valley is aware that there are vast areas of mining rehab and buffer lands that are ideal for solar projects, given their cheaper establishment costs being in close proximity to existing electrical grid infrastructure. We are already seeing examples of all this alternate land use, as evidenced by Malabar Resources Maxwell Solar Farm, which is on the old Drayton site, the pumped hydro plant to be located at Muswellbrook Coal, and the Stratford Renewable Energy Hub near Gloucester. Elgin have made no attempt to engage with any mining companies in the Hunter. The community has major concerns with the blanket nature of the Hunter Coast REZ that has been established without any consideration of the suitability of potential sites for large solar development. The planning process needs to be improved, inclusive of land use mapping, in order to provide greater transparency, clarity and certainty to communities on the best locations within each REZ for renewable projects, and more specifically, where renewable projects are not appropriate. There should be no-go zones within the REZ zones. Other community concerns with the proposed solar factory, and these would be a common theme that you've encountered in your visits out to Dubbo and to Armidale, is the visual amenity and the landscape impact. In this case, it's 177,000 solar panels adjacent to the main Gresford Road, the bushfire hazard and the impact of major storm events, the responsibility for end-of-life decommissioning and rehabilitation of the site, the public liability insurance premiums for neighbours, impacts on mental health, emotional well-being and sense of place, impact on neighbouring property values. The route of the transmission line of Elgin is seeking to install the transmission line will require some extensive clearing and will have a significant impact on endangered ecological community. The area of the proposed transmission line is located within an area of core flora and fauna connectivity. Just briefly, I'd just like to acknowledge the support we have received from Singleton Council. They are united with the community in wanting to see former mining land used for renewable projects rather than impacting on and destroying more productive farmland. In November 2024, Singleton Council voted unanimously against the proposed Mitchell's Flat location, and we thank all councillors for their bipartisanship with regard to this request. We'd also like to acknowledge our elected state and federal representatives. Dave Lazell, our national state member, has attended community meetings and raised our concerns in state parliament, and he continues to engage with us. Dan Repicoli met with residents back in November last year, and in March this year he actually broke ALP party lines with a speech in federal parliament. And Dan stated that Mitchell's Flat Solar Farm is not smart planning, that our community deserves a say, and that we say no to the Mitchell's Flat Solar Farm development. Your colleague Emily Saval also visited Mitchell's Flat back in March. I met Emily here last year at a post-mining land use speech that she did, which was as part of Singleton Council. And Emily has just recently chaired that inquiry into the beneficial and productive use of post-mining land. And we are very appreciative that all of the inquiry recommendations were accepted by the New South Wales Government, inclusive of conducting a land audit of sites for potential repurposing for renewable energy projects. And finally, just with regard to the New South Wales Minerals Council, they are the industry association that represents the state's mining companies. They provided excellent submissions to both this inquiry and the post-mining inquiry, and they have indicated a willingness for renewable energy developments to be located on former mine sites once their operations cease. So we need the regulatory framework to be reviewed and modified to allow this to happen. So just wrapping up, in conclusion, we are asking and hoping for three primary outcomes from this inquiry, being a more coordinated approach from government in dealing with new projects to ensure that infrastructure is placed in the most appropriate locations. We ask that all future energy projects be required to obtain a site verification certificate prior to lodging a development application. This would help to ensure that renewable projects are located in the appropriate areas, which protects the community, and it would also provide upfront clarity to the proponents of renewable energy projects. Secondly, we would like to see former mining land prioritised for renewable projects, and again note the mining company's willingness for this to happen. And finally, in line with the current requirements for the New South Wales mining industry, we ask that all proponents of renewable energy projects be required to obtain a rehabilitation bond that fully covers their end-of-life remediation costs. This would help to ensure that all land that is used for renewable projects is returned to its pre-use state. Again, thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today and for visiting Mitchell's Flat yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Russell.
Thank you. I come to you today as a fourth-generation farmer, a landholder and a steward of the land on which I live and work. I am not a public speaker and I'm very much out of my comfort zone. But I am passionate about the farm I call home, and I have great appreciation for the surrounding area. I would like to extend my gratitude to the Chair and the committee for the opportunity to appear today here in Singleton. Singleton was historically founded on agriculture, with around 350 local dairy farms supplying milk to the Singleton Dairy Co-op in its heyday. The factory produced the famed Singleton cheddar cheese until its closure in 1988. The cheese, made in the tradition of the original English cheddar, proved popular across Australia. According to the experts in the industry at the time, it derived its quality from a combination of factors, the two most important being the skill of the cheesemaker and the source of the milk, the dairy cows grazing Singleton's rich Hunter River flats. It is some of those very river flats classified BSAL, or Biophysical Strategic Agricultural Land, on which the Hunter Transmission Project's proposed alignment and high voltage transmission line is set to traverse. Today, Singleton is a major economic contributor to the region, with coal mining a very dominant industry. Broad-scale mapping of agricultural land across New South Wales was undertaken to assist in identifying and managing competing land uses proposed for high-quality agricultural land, specifically for state-significant mining or coal seam gas proposals. Amendments to the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act 2020 number 44 enabled such energy infrastructure as required by the HTP permissible on B-cell. I question how this legislation could have been passed. All of our remaining strategic agricultural land must be warranted protection from all forms of development. Once a transmission line is built on or over a piece of land, you drastically reduce its potential. If our farming capabilities are lost, we lose the ability to feed our nation and its ever-increasing population. My husband and I initially became aware of the Hunter Transmission Project by way of a letterbox drop in late 2023. It has been almost 2 years of uncertainty, distress and frustration. There was an unauthorised entry to our property by a fieldwork team in July 2024. I have written endless emails. There have been many robust discussions and numerous meetings with the various team members from Energy Co. Responses are slow and some questions are yet to be answered. The people we have consulted with have very little knowledge or understanding of intense farming or farming practices in general for meaningful engagement. Just as recently as Tuesday, we had Transgrid members and an irrigation farm specialist visit to establish by what method we are to be able to irrigate within the easement. We are on our 4th place manager, and it has only been in the last 3 months that we have been given a direct mobile number and email address for our respective place manager. Since my submission in January, the alignment across our property has been altered. The HTP EIS has just completed its exhibition phase. The updated alignment across our property and surrounds was not the one included in the EIS. I question how is that ethical? It is the farmers like myself that are left grappling with the reality of all this renewable energy infrastructure, trying to establish how we can not only live with it, but continue to run successful and economic sustainable farm enterprises. The C word, compensation, forms much of the rhetoric and a constant incentive used by the Energy Co members. As farmers, the land is our livelihood. How do you compensate for the loss of use of such valuable land as classified B-cell? Whether it be part of our property or beyond, this land must be protected from development. How do you put a dollar value on visual beauty? It is the visual beauty of the river flats that has brought me much solace, comfort and sense of place for the 25 plus years I have lived and worked on our property. It is the love of the land, our family and pride in what we do that keeps my husband and I moving forward. The significance of renewable infrastructure projects such as the HTP for energy security is continuously being emphasised, but it is just as crucial to get their placement right. I do not have the answers, but we need to find some balance, and sooner rather than later. Affected landholders, whether it be lifestyle or on an agriculture enterprise such as ours, must be respected and supported. The inconvenience for the loss of production and use of land, and for some the ultimate sacrifice of having to leave their properties, be acknowledged and not just expected. I thank the Chair and the committee for conducting this very important inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. So we resolve that questions can come from anywhere. So I'm just looking for someone to take up the... Ms Mitchell?
Yep, thank you. Thank you both for your opening statements. And I know you said you're not much of a public speaker, Mrs Ross, but that was very good. And thank you for being so honest and up front with the committee, and likewise Mr Holtz for us visiting your place yesterday. And I also do just want to acknowledge that Dave Lazell is here as well as the local member. But just, I guess, in terms of the, and this is probably a bit emotive, but I guess in terms of community morale, obviously you're two local landholders who are impacted, but I know that there are hundreds of other people who are part of your community groups and organisations who have concerns about this. How much of an impact is this having on your communities, that lack of uncertainty and that lack of consultation? And I guess how can we as a committee help to maybe alleviate some of that concern that you're hearing and feeling and living through? Happy for both of you to answer. Yeah.
I guess if I just speak to that first, I guess these two projects we're talking about here are a little bit chalk and cheese. Like in our case, as I mentioned, Elgin haven't actually even pulled the trigger on this project yet. So we're really just dealing with total unknowns. You know, will this go ahead? Will they end up making a submission to the government to commence the project? I guess for our community, it's really a lot of frustration and of the unknown, and the fact that we've had no community consultation whatsoever from Elgin, apart from, I referred to it as a meeting. They basically had a drop-in session in the library just across from here, and had, I think it might have been 5 posters up on a whiteboard that you're allowed to go and read, and if you wanted to ask questions, ask questions. So you would never say it was a community meeting or anything like that. It was just basically a drop-in session, and just take it as is. So for us, I think it's really just the disappointment that there's no engagement, and we've sort of, as mentioned in the earlier session with the council, like we've obviously gone on the front foot with a lot of signs. I guess we've engaged with council and got a great outcome there, and we're aware that it's not the right location, and council know that, and Ausgrid know that. Everyone seems to know that except for the proponents of this project. But I really feel for the Russells and for other families that are impacted on the Hunter transmission line, because that project's obviously right on their doorstep now, and you can obviously talk to the issues, and I've seen it in some of the families that are dealing with that issue.
Did you want to add something, Ms. Wilson?
So I have found that it's a matter if it's not in your backyard. Kind of, a lot of people aren't aware of where exactly the Hunter transmission project is going. Our neighbour is a dairy farmer, and we are the last 2 remaining privately landholders in that particular area at Mount Thorley. There is another privately owned property, and that young fella's property is the property on which the Gouldsville accommodation camp is to be located, because the alignment really didn't enable him the opportunity to be able to stay on his property. So as far as community support, there is really only the 2 of us landholders that we are sticking together. We remain united as far as when we have dealings with Energy Co. It is a state significant project. So, I mean, I made contact with the council because I just could not understand that how such infrastructure could be placed on agricultural land. I'm a farmer. I'm not a politician. I'm sorry. I don't know the legislations. I haven't had to until now. And then it was because my opinion was, if I had wanted to build something like that down on the river flats, there is no way that we would be allowed to do that. And so I contacted the duty planner, and she told me to read the environmental plan, the local environmental plan, and it goes against everything. We are RU1 rated, and it's sort of against everything that we as landholders are supposed to achieve. So I feel, we are feeling a little bit well, hopeless. But like I said, I appreciate the opportunity to put forward my view. But no, to answer your question, I don't feel that we do have a lot of community support, because it's sort of, it overrides the community because it is a state significant project. It will, I don't know, appear to just go ahead.
Have you found it hard? And again, we've heard this from other witnesses in different locations. As you say, you're a farmer, you're running your business and husband, family, you're trying to kind of delve through and understand. You just mentioned looking into sort of local planning, like it's quite complicated. Have you found that quite challenging to really understand what your rights are, how that evolves? And could there have been better support for you, say from Energy Co or from someone to help you understand what your rights are as well?
Definitely. We could have, used some help. I don't know that Energy Co would have been the people to provide.
Or maybe someone independent or some.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just to even understand all of the legislation and it's very confronting. It's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
If I could just comment on that as well. So again, as was mentioned there, you're talking about a couple of farmers. I guess in our circumstance, when you drove out to Mitchell's Flat yesterday and you saw just the number of residents and the number of properties. So in our case, we've obviously been able to band together all of that neighbourhood, and it's not just Mitchell's Flat, it's all of the areas around Mitchell's Flat, as I said, with engagement of Singleton Council and Singleton people. So for us, it's been a lot easier, again, because that solar farm will impact such a big area and a lot of people, and we've been able to pull a group together. I guess we've all probably got our little specialities in terms of what we can bring to that group, and we've definitely, any gaps that we've had, for example, a few of us are New South Wales Farmers members, so I've definitely reached out to them and spoken to, I guess, Reg Kidd, who was their head of the that energy policy, so I've had chats with him. Obviously interacting with our local members and that as well, and I guess others have looked at the signage and advertising and media. So I guess a lot easier for us because of just the sheer volume of people that are impacted, and obviously everyone came together almost in shock when that was announced 12 months ago.
Can I just have one more, Chair? One of the other things, and again this came up earlier today when Ausgrid were here and then in a witness just after lunch, but I guess one of the things that we're hearing, I live in a regional community so I understand it as well, but just feeling like all of the renewable focus is, in sort of our communities, and I think you've both said you're not against renewables, but it's making sure that they're in the right locations, and particularly here in the Hunter where you do have mining land or potential industrial areas that have closer proximity to existing transmission lines. But the other thing that came up was, I guess, about urban renewable projects, whether it's on factory roofs, and I think Ausgrid were talking about, they were looking at doing a pilot. I think you called that out in your submission, Mrs. Russell. How do you think that balance should be better achieved so that you do have a little bit more happening in urban areas and not the whole weight of this falling to rural and regional communities?
If I just go first on that one. So I guess, as I mentioned before, in the fact that we haven't really had any engagement with Elgin directly, we've spoken to Energy Co on the drop-in sessions that they've had in the community here. The same with Ausgrid, because they've had drop-in sessions in relation to the upgrade of the line that they're doing, and they raise that themselves of us in terms of whether, as you said, whether it's in urban areas, on shopping centres or industrial estate roofs, and having battery hubs, and to me that just makes total common sense. Like if that roof space is available and you can have battery hubs within communities that can then overnight draw down that battery, it sort of begs belief as to why that isn't happening in the first instance, and then we go and look for, if we've still got a shortfall, that we then digress and then go out into the rural areas to then start to get capacity from the regions. But you would almost think, why isn't it being the other way around to at least start that process within the cities?
Yeah. you want to add anything to that, Ms.
No, I think Michael's pretty much.
But I mean, I think it
covered my
picks up on your point before about, you know, high quality agricultural land that we need to food and clothe the nation. If you can have a better balance with where these projects are and maybe a bit of urban uptake as well, it might alleviate some of the issues. Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I could talk all day, so I'll let up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, try to just go to the part in your opening statement where you talked about finding energy code trespassing on your property. Sadly, this isn't the first example we've heard of this. Can you talk to us a bit, explain how you came to find them on your property and what was their excuse or rationale for trespassing on your property?
That we will never forget. So it was in July, I think the 16th of July, 2024. It was a horrendous day, windy, cold, and we'd been inside, and my husband went down to the farm to check on our cattle, and he met a ute coming up our laneway. And he asked the two gentlemen, like, who are you? What are you doing? Are you anything to do with the Hunter Transmission Project? And they told him, oh, we have permission to be here. And he said, no, you don't. And so they were a fieldwork team working for WSP. And so it was late in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock. And he just said, well, you don't have permission. Oh, yes, we do. He said, no, you don't. I'm the owner. You don't have permission, and politely told them to leave. And he came up and he was ropeable. And by that time, it was a bit late to get onto anyone. So the very next day, and so in all of this, like I've explained, we have been given the same as if you, Chair, went to an Energy Co drop-in session, you would be given a card with the Energy Co 1800 number and the community email. And that is all we had. So you would ring that 1800 number, a very polite call taker would answer the phone, and then a message would be sent on. So the following day, I contacted that actual company, WSP, and rang them and said that I asked what projects they were working on, and the lady said, oh, we're working on many projects all over the Hunter. And I said, well, what about the Hunter Transmission Project in the Mount Thorley area? She wasn't sure. Just give me all your details and I will follow it up. So I lodged a formal complaint with the company, and then we heard back from our place manager at the time. An investigation was instigated, and from then it was a mistake that the people had come onto our property, which in this day and age I find extremely hard to believe with GPS and one of the very first maps that we were shown on a laptop. So there was myself, my husband and our next door neighbour huddled around a laptop of one of the Energy Co members to look at the initial alignment. And when my husband went down, he could see it was a good set. We could see where the ute had circled, and it was actually at one of the towers on the map, the Google map we've seen on the laptop, where it was going to be. So, but no, they weren't supposed to be on our property. I mean, we did get a written apology from Energy Co, and then they did an investigation, and we did receive a formal apology, and that they were going to start new protocols of which I thought should have already been in place.
Would you be shocked to hear that up until probably about 8 months ago, their field teams weren't even going out with proper GIS software? Would that shock you? The new CEO told us that in budget estimates, that she was proud of the fact that she'd implemented a change where the field teams would now actually have mapping software. Does that sound to you like best practice
No.
in terms of community engagement?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What did that example of trespass, I guess, do to your confidence in that you were going to be treated fairly and with respect?
Well, from then on, we thought we would never be treated fairly or respected. It became highly suspicious of the whole project from then on.
Yeah.
And still are, really.
Yeah. And I guess further on from that, them being Energy Co being deceptive in the EIS proposal where they essentially didn't put in the proper route. Did that obviously compound your level of distrust?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. And I guess as a bare minimum, what would you like to happen in response to that? Do you think Energy Co should have to resubmit the EIS without the lies and without the deception and with the proper details in place?
Yes. All of the, when you looked on the EIS, and there was something like 16 technical reports, 15, 16 technical reports. All of those reports were made like any time from March to July. So that they were compiling all of these reports while they were still talking and negotiating with landholders. So to me, what appeared in the EIS may not have been what was exactly happening on the project, but it's just seemed like it's they're rushed, and we have been more or less told that. Where I am at Mount Thorley, we're surrounded by mine-owned farmland, so they have bought the surrounding farmland as buffer zones. And we are surrounded by mines. We have an industrial area across the road from us. But when I look the other way, that's where the beautiful vistas are, and that is where the HTP is planning to go. So I said to one of the leading consultation people at the very beginning, I said that landform over there looking across to the mine land, I said it's forever changing because the mine is it's moving away from us. They're doing rehabilitation. So, every 6 months, if you didn't visit the area and only come up every 12 months, the landform is changing. And I said, like in time, it could go there. You don't have to come across the agricultural land. And she just politely told me, we don't have time for that. So it's like, they're paid to do a job at all costs.
Mm-hmm. And probably just one last question from me. You talked about, in your submission, and you talked about concerns around biodiversity and particular species or habitats. Do you think there's a bit of irony in the fact that we're apparently destroying the environment to save the environment?
Exactly. Yes. To save the atmosphere, we're littering the environment.
Yeah. And has there been any positive engagement with Energy Co around your concerns around biodiversity and changing the routes to avoid impacting these particular habitats?
Well, in the EIS, they had reports and mechanisms that they're going to put in place. But like I said,
Did that feel like lip service more than actual concrete actions?
And like I said, we're just very, very after, they came onto our land and, unauthorised. What they say has little substance. So in paper it all looks good, but we all know in real life things can be very different.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, thank you. Just my colleagues got a couple of questions too, but thank you both for coming along today. Mr. Russell, just on the second page of your submission, under the heading consultation, in the third paragraph, if I could go to that, It says on the 12th of December 2024, nearly 12 months to the day from when we were informed we may be impacted, in quotes, by the HTP. My husband and I, as well as our dairy farmer neighbour, were given opening letters of acquisition from Enchico, and the alignment across our properties finally revealed. So could you just perhaps just expand on that a little bit, that how was that done and what you were told about what that meant in having those issued to you?
So we had consultation, and we've opposed the project from the very onset on the fact that it is going across such strategic agricultural land. And so they said to us, if it had to go over the land, where would it create the most minimal impact? And we said going adjacent the Hunter River, because then we would have limited, we wouldn't have to travel under it, the cattle could stay away from it, and it would be less impactful for us in terms of running the farm. And so that acquisition letter was given to us in a form of a meeting at the Tourist Information Centre on the highway outside of in town, and we were guessing that would be given to us at that meeting, but prior to that they'd sort of, it was very random, the contact. So they'd organised this meeting, we discussed it, and at which the opening letters were given to us anyway. And it did. So on that opening letter, it included the corridor adjacent to the Hunter River, but that has been changed. So... if
I could interrupt you there.
Yep.
Any explanation about why that change was made?
Yes. That I was just...
I apologise.
No, that's... so like I explained, we have adjoining mine-owned land on... So there's my husband and my property, and the neighbour that's a dairy farmer. Either side of us is owned by the mines, but it's farmland. And so they rent the houses out. The dairy farmer neighbour, he actually rents some of the mine-owned land and has expanded his dairy enterprise by doing that. But where they, instead of keeping adjacent to the Hunter River and heading back over to Gouldsville, where, like that landowner, where the compound, the accommodation compound is proposed to be, they went directly back. We do have a rail corridor that runs along the Jerry's Plains Road. So they just headed straight back across all of the farmland to the rail corridor. But because we don't own the mine land, we were only given our, map of where the corridor would be. So our neighbour and I, we could only speculate how they were going to get to where they had to go. If you look at the map on the website, you sort of have a rough idea, and we were only speculating how they were going to get over to Gouldsville. And so and understandably, the mine stepped in and didn't want them going, straight across, virtually cutting that farmland in half, which is understandable. And like I've said all along, whether it be on our land or anywhere, it doesn't belong on farmland. And that's how the alignment has been changed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to thank both of you for your written submissions and for coming along and giving evidence today. It's really invaluable. And also Mr. Holtz for hosting us yesterday on a site visit at Mitchell's flat to have a look at the proposal. And when I read your submissions, the thing that you really seem to be saying is you're not opposed to renewable energy, but there's just this incredible chaos, there's uncertainty, and in that sort of quagmire of issues, it's very difficult to understand what the impacts are going to be on the community. And you point to, rightly so, that we should be using disused industrial land, we should be using mining land at the end of a mine and repurposing that instead of prime agricultural land for solar and wind farms. But one of the things struck me that you said yesterday in the site visit, which was something like you felt as though you were victims of a decade of inaction, where if action was taken earlier, then it could have been planned out better and we could have had those industrial sites and post-mining, those sites being utilised. But because there wasn't action for 10 years, there's now this incredible rush to meet our targets and to get renewable energy rolled out. Is that a fair summary of the position?
It is, but I think my comment was probably more targeted, I guess, at just the whole of government solution to the situation we're in now, and the fact that we didn't have bipartisan agreement, between all parties at federal, state level. It's all hindsight, but 10 years ago, where we just had an agreed path forward as to how we're going to manage the energy transition into the future. And obviously we see it playing out now daily, on our television screens and social media, renewables, anti-renewables, the nuclear debate, all of that sort of stuff. And I guess it was more of a comment of, and I think most Australians would be disappointed that where we're at now, and it does seem rushed and it does seem unplanned, and I guess that's the outcome we're now left with, rather than having had a whole of government solution to the energy debate.
Yeah, and in a sense, if we had that bipartisanship or multi-partisanship where everyone had agreed on a process, then there would have been lots of time to plan this out and to exclude zones.
Planned, yep, for sure. Yep.
And then because that wasn't done, we're now in the position where renewable energy projects are popping up all over the place.
Well, that's right, and I think I don't want to be scathing of governments either, but now we do seem like we've got this date that we've just got to achieve all this. We know the power stations are shutting. We know that nuclear is a long-term solution. So at the moment, it's all about renewables and how we can, I guess, fill that gap when the power stations close. And I guess obviously power stations have been, Eraring's been extended previously. I don't know what opportunities there is to continue to do that, but at some point, those power stations will close permanently, and we need to be in a position to have covered for that supply that they would have previously given to us.
Thanks.
Can I just ask one question? And thank you very much for the opportunity to visit your place yesterday once again. In terms of the consultation, or perhaps the better phrase is a lack of consultation with Elgin, is there any ability that you're aware of where EnergyCo, if they were approached by yourself, is able to put some pressure back on Elgin to become more forthright about what they're proposing, or does Elgin are able to just sit there pretty much and wait this out? Anything, and listen, if you don't know the answer, that's fine, but they seem to be there basically just waiting this out and leaving yourself, and I think someone else that you mentioned, or maybe two others.
As far as
just simply,
so Elgin are a private developer, and I don't know that EnergyCo can necessarily play a role there. But I'll just touch on what was mentioned previously, even in relation to EnergyCo. we've taken the opportunity to attend the drop-in sessions that Energy Co have run and Ausgrid have run, and again, you get the generic telephone number and you get the generic email address for Energy Co, and they've never responded to any of our questions either, albeit ours issues definitely not as pressing as what's happening to people in the route of the Hunter transmission line. So the approach that we took to that was, I guess, I'm a member of New South Wales Farmers, as you guys are, and we sort of went around, I guess, using New South Wales Farmers and contacts that they had in Energy Co to get some of the answers that we were after, especially in relation to the road reserve and what happens if Singleton Council, and we're very grateful that Singleton Council are opposed, and hopefully they won't approve the road reserve. So what does that then mean to Elgin? Do they, they go back to their boardroom and say, well, we need now to find a new path, which might be through private landholders, and I guess what does that then mean for the private landholders in the route? So I guess, again, that absence of engagement with Elgin has forced us to, use our own skills to get outcomes, and we've got advice now from New South Wales Farmers in a roundabout way from Elgin. We've sought our own legal advice on a few of these matters, and we've spoken to Ausgrid just to get as good of understanding as we can for a project that hasn't actually pushed the button yet in terms of starting the actual projects. And again, that's the frustration. We're all just, mucking around in this space where had they, going back to that requirement, and it was mentioned in the council session this morning, if they just get that verification certificate up front to say these areas, are not, we're not looking at having those sort of developments there, then they would know up front that, that project's not likely to get approved. And I guess Elgin haven't done that, and I guess the mechanism didn't exist for it to happen either. So.
Thank you.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. Mrs. Russell, you mentioned in your submission with regard to hazards and health risks for the transmission line. I wonder, could you expand on your concerns?
So, EMFs are a huge concern for us, and we've expressed that repeatedly to Energy Co, at which they said they would do a study and get back to us with the results, and that included a report that was included in the EIS. So I wondered, did they do that for us, or was that part of the process of the EIS anyway? And they pretty much, in the presentation that one of the design fellows gave to us, pretty much told me that I would be exposing myself more to in my house through household appliances than what we would travelling beneath and around the transmission line across the property. But where they're proposing to put the alignment now, we would, for us to, in order to do anything, because we have highland where all the infrastructure at the houses, the sheds, like all the machinery is. We travel down to the farm, that's where the cattle go, that's where the cropping is, that's where the hay production is. So we have to travel under the transmission lines numerous times a day. In summertime, it's day and night when you're making hay. And farmers are generational. My husband's family has had that farm for 100 years. He has not lived anywhere else in his life. So, it's very emotive for us. So our son wants to continue that legacy. And my question is, on the internet, there is so much information about EMFs. Nothing is conclusive. But has there ever been a study done for a lifetime of exposure? My husband and I, we're not so worried about ourselves. I'm worried for my son and his future children, you know, they say to us, oh, there's people in the suburbs living under exactly the same transmission lines. But do those people live there all their lives? No, people in the city tend to move around. They don't, I mean, it's not that it doesn't happen, but unlike regional people and generational farmers, they stay on their farms all their life. And that's my greatest concern. And then, of course, there's been storms where you've seen such towers be blown over. I guess, there's a lot of hypotheticals, and they're saying that, there's such random cases, but, anything can happen. But the EMFs are a huge concern, and that is our greatest concern. And it is a concern for my son. He has indicated that. Yeah. So, like I said, it's very emotive, because if he doesn't want to stay there, what are we fighting for? Why are we fighting?
Yep. Can you just explain EMS? Is that
electromagnetic fields?
Yep.
And
okay.
Radiation.
Yep. Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you were talking about.
Yeah.
And what so like the health is what can happen with that?
Well, so we've found, but like I said, it's inconclusive, but in children exposed. So they did a study in the British Columbian Medical Journal, and they did a study, like it was, I've read it so many times, I'm sorry, but if children, like younger children, lived within 600 metres, but then as the distances got closer, there was a greater risk of leukemia. So it's inconclusive, but there was a higher risk. But then again, when you read these, they don't actually give you for how long and where are those children now? Like, what are their health outcomes now? And that's been my argument.
Yeah.
Our neighbour's, I'm sorry.
No, you go.
Our neighbour's the same. He has his son's working on the farm. It will, they will be the same. Hopefully they will continue it on. So that's our argument.
And so where the lines are going to be, you can't avoid them, is what you're saying?
No, we can't avoid them.
Yeah.
We cannot avoid them. We have to travel under them to do anything, to get onto. They're at the beginning of the farmland.
Yeah. And you mentioned, so with your farming, is it cattle and hay production?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And so that's not dairy, but cattle?
Beef cattle.
Beef cattle?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And will there be also loss of productive land, as in where the lines are, where you won't be able to have your cattle grazing, or even where you've grown your hay before?
Well, that's, like I said, on Tuesday we had an irrigation specialist and Transgrid members come out to determine how we can irrigate under it, because you can't have water going straight up to the power lines. And so we've just got to, and we use aluminium irrigation pipes. So everything has to be
earthed.
Yep. I'm sorry.
You're right. Yeah.
So I
only learned that yesterday.
Yeah. So everything, there's just a great unknown. And so it frustrates me. You've been to the information sessions, and they have their glossy brochures and they show cattle grazing under them. Even one, you can see an irrigation line under them, but is it photoshopped? Everything from a certain angle can look anyway.
Yeah.
They can Photoshop me and I could be on the front of Vogue, but but it's like it's false advertisement. We actually we graze but we sell graze. So as the term suggests, the cattle are in a confined area.
And then you move them along.
Yes, and then strip feed.
Yeah.
So that's another thing, the electric fences. They have to sort out how that can, because under the transmission line that they're saying that won't work.
So you're working all this out now to whether you can still be an operational farming enterprise should, or they've told you they're coming, haven't they?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just how we can continue to do what we are doing.
Sorry, I've gone over time, haven't I?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, that's right on time.
Okay.
It's only timed it perfectly. Well, look, thank you very much for your time today. I don't believe you took any questions on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in touch and there may be some supplementary questions we put forward. But yeah, thank you very much for your time, and also, Mr. Holtz, thank you once again for hosting us yesterday. It was much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both.